Thank you. State versus Tronnes, CF 18-12472. State, ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Michael Smith of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense, ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Richard Zaleski from Mr. Tronnes. We just need him with his tie on and shackles off and ready to roll besides that.
Tammy Jack's also for Mr. Tronnes.
You want to address
And as soon as Mr. Tronnes is ready, we can bring the jury out. As long as you have notepads out there, it looks like you do. Not quite yet, Deputy. We still need Mr. Tronnes ready.
Don't need to before jury instruction. I don't need to before the jury instruction charge. Did. I read the response. No, because if you ask the question, it's clearly an inference you wanted the jury to draw. Settle it. Settle it. It's okay.
I think they're saying they plan to ask the question again.
Oh, well, then we will address it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, right.
So we're gonna do from like April to October.
Nice.
Talk about it.
Why do you say that was an inference? Because my next question was in I didn't. And the reason was we rejected.
I can give you another one.
It was my fault for just assuming we're on the same page.
Got to see him a lot. Yeah, but just at the end of the week, we go up to North Carolina. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Afterwards, so is another trip. There's another trip here, right at the end of the month, starting the 29th. No, 29th of November. We go for 3 weeks on a cruise. Like a long time with his parents. May already has almost 4 weeks out. That's birthday in February. Anniversary's in January. May is just, we're going with the whole family, going over to doing the river cruise over there. Yeah, be nice. We can bring the jury out. Good morning. Has everyone followed all the instructions that I've given you? Yes. And state recognize the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
We do.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
State, you may call your next witness.
state calls Daniel Connelly.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Daniel Conley. Or Daniel Lawrence Conley. My last name is Connolly.
And where do you work?
Currently, I am self-employed,
Yeah, what type of work do you do?
primarily made to manage consulting. This is like the ERP system that I work with Shanti on.
And what city do you currently reside?
Cary, North Carolina.
And how long have you lived there?
Since summer of 2019, we moved there.
Before that, going back to 2018, where did you live?
Princeton, West Virginia.
All right. If you could just give the jury a brief description of your educational and work background.
Okay, I have a bachelor's and master's in management information systems. Going on for my master's, I did a few years of software and web development. And for about 7 years after that, I worked at my family's business, helping them re-implement systems like their payroll and systems like Made to Manage. That's what I worked on with Shanti. And since we sold that business and we moved to North Carolina, I've worked at Fidelity Investments and then did Made to Manage consulting for a company. And over the last 5 or 6 months, I've been doing that independently.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit more about what this program Made to Manage is?
Sure. It's a enterprise resource planning software, and it is specifically geared towards manufacturing companies. So it can help you track things like your inventory, your manufacturing processes, but also all things on the financial side. So you build a widget, it tracks all the costs of building the widget while also tracking your manufacturing process. And basically those costs, you can do things like print out financial statements, do all your financial reporting, and it's all in a single system.
And you mentioned earlier that you worked with Shanti on this program. Is that Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes that you're speaking of?
Shanti Cooper is how I knew her, but Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, yes.
And how long is it that you knew her or worked with her?
So I was acquainted with her from 2013. I did not work with her a great deal at that time. She worked at my family's business, but away from me. We did not have a working relationship at that time. However, several years later, I got more into the financial side of Made to Manage and needed help. And I was aware of her from the earlier acquaintance. So from, I'd say, summer of 2016 until the time of her death, we worked more and more closely together on the financial aspects of implementing Made to Manage. So.
And is it fair to say that Shanti was a resource for you related to the Made to Manage?
Yes.
Now, did you ever actually meet Shanti in person?
No.
So how is it that you would communicate with her?
Text, phone, and email.
So I want to go back to April of 2018. Can you just sort of explain to the jury what your work relationship was with Shanti at that time?
Sure. I believe it. Well, at that point, she had assumed. She offered us her service. She called remote controller. Controller being like the financial position, like the person who tracks all your make sure everything's in line financially. So she would primarily help at like the end of month close. So that's like when you're closing out your books on a monthly basis to make sure everything's correct, so it doesn't, like, errors don't accumulate, et cetera. She would help us with that process on a monthly basis. But also, if we were trying to implement a new process that involved like a financial aspect, she would help with that also. So there was a recurring thing of the end of month, but then also like special projects, she would help also.
Are you able to estimate about how many times a month that you would communicate with Shanti?
I would definitely every month at month-end close, a significant amount. Usually, because we were correcting quite a few things, there was usually several projects in addition to that going on. So I would say it was more ongoing communication than a couple times. There might be a time where we weren't really doing anything and it wasn't end of month, so we wouldn't speak for 2 weeks. But then maybe we would pick up a project and we would speak on a daily basis.
Good. So when you would text or email Shanti, how long did it typically take her to get back with you?
It was always very quick, often within minutes, to the extent I felt pretty bad messaging her outside of business hours in most cases because I knew she would respond very quickly.
Did you ever recall having a period of time in the time that you worked with her where she was not responsive to you?
Only when she had her appendix out, but I knew that was happening, so that's probably the only time I knew I would, if I messaged her, I would not get a hold of her.
Now, going to the morning of April 24th, 2018, do you recall sending Shanti a text message that morning?
I do.
And what was the nature of that text?
I believe I was asking her a question about finance charges.
I'm showing opposing counsel with the mark for identification as state CD.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner, approach the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as state CD. If you could just take a look at this and let me know once you've had a chance to review it.
Okay.
Is that the text message that you sent Shanti on the morning of April 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence.
Certainly, once I had not received anything by that morning, that struck me as odd.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Cross?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Connelly.
Good morning.
So over the course of the 2-year relationship or the 2 years that you were working closely with Ms. Cooper-Tronnes at times, there were gaps, and you said because there were projects that would start up and you'd see her regularly, but then there would be times you wouldn't see her for periods of time or speak to her?
Yes.
And you were aware of her appendix surgery
Yes.
and subsequently the slow recovery?
Maybe something was mentioned about her having some issues, but I wasn't significantly aware of any.
You weren't that close. You weren't that kind of friends.
Not yet, no.
Okay, fair to say. And during that time of illness, that was really the only period that you had problems or delays in getting a hold of Shanti.
Only during the acute illness, I mean, when she was at the hospital.
Were you aware that she was going through some sort of dental situation, had a dental emergency going on that day?
No.
So no telling if she was just sleeping that morning?
No.
The text message that you sent, there was nothing absolutely urgent about that text, was there?
No.
And you didn't even follow up with another text that morning in reference to the lack of response?
No. I believe I sent some additional texts in the afternoon.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. So you mentioned there was a brief time during her acute illness with the appendicitis that you weren't able to necessarily get quick response out of her. Had that ended well before the text on April 24th?
Yes. I think she did another end-of-month close in the meantime. I mean, this was 2 months, and we were working on a project at that time. She was supposed to send me something that day regarding an email the previous night that I sent to her.
And during that time that you had been working on that project, was she always very quick to respond?
Any project, she was very quick to respond.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense? No, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. State you may call your next witness.
Matthew Herbert.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Can you please state your first and last name for the record? Matthew Herbert.
Good morning, sir. Can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Herbert.
And your first name is common spelling?
Yes.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a software consultant for enterprise resource planning software.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 23 years.
Back in 2018 and prior to 2018, did you have any sort of business relationship with somebody known as Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Did.
And approximately when was that relationship formed?
About 2012.
And what was the nature of the business relationship?
I worked for a software company at that time named Consona Corporation, and they had hired Shanti Cooper to be an implementation consultant, and our manager assigned me to be her trainer. So she shadowed me for 4 or 6 weeks after she joined the company to different customers we were visiting.
Okay. And how long did you actually work together under the same company umbrella?
I want to say 3 years.
All right. Did you maintain any sort of business relationship when you stopped working under the same company umbrella?
Yes.
And what was that?
So I left that company to go work for a private company. They hired me as a direct hire. She continued to work for the software company for a period of time before she left and started her own business. During that time, we still had a professional relationship where she would contact me if she had questions about the software or the data environment that I could help her with. And at the same time, I would contact her with questions. She had a higher level of speciality working with the accounting part of the software than I did. So if I got stuck and I had to phone a friend, that's who I would call.
So it sounds like there were situations where she would phone a friend, and there were situations where you would phone a friend.
Yes.
And we're saying phone, but what were the means of communications that you all used together?
Email, text messages, phone calls.
And over the course of the years that you had been working with her, both under the same company umbrella and when you guys went your separate ways but maintained a relationship, how prompt was her response time typically?
I would say, so it was typical for me if I was visiting a customer, and you have to understand that if I went someplace for the first time, I would be sitting in a room at a table full of people who were all asking me questions basically at the same time. And one of the things that I learned talking to those folks was always give them the most honest answer. And sometimes the most honest answer was, I don't know the answer to that question, but I know someone who knows the answer. So I would text Shanti, and then usually what I would do is immediately go outside to take a cigarette break. And by the time I got outside and had lit my cigarette, she usually texted me back.
And not being a smoker myself, is that 5-10 minutes?
That's 5 minutes.
All right. So that was your typical response time you received from her during business hours?
During business hours and sometimes even early in the morning before I went to work.
And so early is a relative term. So what do you mean early before you went to work?
6 a.m.
All right. On April 24th, 2018, did you send a text message to Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity in preparation for testifying today or review that?
Only that I sent the text message. I don't recall what the actual verbiage was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to publish a portion of State 76 in evidence. And for the record, that was the timeline of her phone extraction.
May.
All right. Speaking of row 1078, are you the Matthew Herbert with the phone that has an area code of 517?
That is correct.
And did you send the text, I have another opportunity for you, with advanced reporter and MN details this evening?
Yes.
And that's not specifically requesting a question to be answered. Is that a fair commentary on it?
Correct. More of a referral.
But based on your communication with her over, I guess you said you met in 2012, 6 years, would you expect a thumbs up like an Apple iMessage or okay or any sort of response?
Yes.
And would that have the same typical response time that we've described already?
Yes.
All right. And if the records on her phone shows that this was sent at 10:28 in the morning on April 24th, does that seem accurate?
Yes.
No other questions of this witness?
Thank you, State. Fence cross.
No questions.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
The state next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Elena Pathak.
solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you please state your first and last name?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
If you could just speak up a little bit. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
Okay, Elena Pathak, last name Pathak.
And what city do you currently live?
I live in Springfield, Missouri.
How long have you lived there?
Couple months.
Prior to living in Springfield, Missouri, where did you live?
West Plains, Missouri, for about a year and a half, and before that, Orlando, Florida.
Going back to 2018, where did you live?
What do you mean, like specifically?
No, not address. Did you live in Orlando, Florida in 2000?
I lived in downtown Orlando, yes.
And what do you do for work?
I work for KTH Architects as a senior project designer doing architecture and interior design.
Now, back when you lived in Orlando, Florida, did you know a person named Shanti Cooper or Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes.
How did you know her?
We lived in the same neighborhood. I lived in several houses downtown, both within a few blocks from her. And we knew each other because our kids were in first grade together.
Did you also know her husband, David Tronnes?
Yes, through Shanti.
How close was it that you lived to the Tronnes?
Both of my houses were probably within, the first house that I lived in was probably within a few blocks. Second house, maybe 3 blocks, 4 blocks.
How often would you see David and Shanti?
We would see them, I wouldn't say quite often, but we had, they would come over. We knew them because, we were both moms and our kids were friends. Sometimes Jackson would come over to play. They came over for the Super Bowl. We would have them, over to hang out. I mean, throughout the few years that we knew them.
And how long is it that you would estimate that you did know them?
A few years.
Did you know what David or Shanti did for work?
I know that Shanti was into accounting. She had her own consulting company. I was under the impression it was doing well. And I actually never knew what Dave did for a living. When my husband had asked him, he said he was into sales, but I don't really know what that means. I mean, it was, it was just kind of strange because my husband's like, I don't know if he sells vacuums. I mean, it was just a strange answer. We never really knew specifically exactly what he did.
Do you ever remember during your interactions with Shanti, her discussing the purchase of a Mercedes?
Yes, because I had gotten a new car and she just seemed a little like she didn't understand why Dave kept pushing her to buy a Mercedes. And it was kind of strange because she kept saying, I'm fine with the car that I'm driving. I don't know why.
Hearsay?
Attorney's approach.
Okay, I believe you were answering related to conversations that you had with Shanti related to the purchase of a Mercedes. If you could just continue.
Yes, she
Sorry, Judge, I'm going to just for the record, object to relevance.
Overruled.
Nancy.
She didn't understand why he kept pushing her to buy a new car.
Now, as a couple, how often did you have an opportunity to observe the two of them together?
Well, whenever we have them over, or my kids' pool party, or like I said, the Super Bowl, they came over to our house, just the two of them. So, I mean, we did see them.
In the time that you spent around the two of them, did they appear to be affectionate towards each other?
No, I never saw them hold hands, touch, kiss. It was a little strange.
Now, in the time that you knew them, did you ever go over to their house?
I did, yes, several times.
Did you ever go inside the house?
Yes.
What was the most recent time before the murder that you had gone to the house?
I want to say it was probably 3 to 4 months before it happened.
Can you describe the house? What you remember about it?
Yes, I can, because of my career. Shanti had asked me to come and look at the house, and I think she was frustrated by the I would say, lack of progress. It was in much more disrepair than the first time I had seen it. I came in and there was literally no floor, and I have to say it was a bit shocking, because normally when you renovate houses, because I've renovated many of my own houses in downtown Orlando, you wouldn't remove the floors because you want to preserve the old wood floors. We would even pull wood out of closets, to preserve floors if we had a lack of material. We would try to find ways to keep the floors. They're beautiful. I was very familiar with this house because I had looked at purchasing it years before it was for sale, or when it was for sale before she had purchased it. So I was familiar with the property, and it was a beautiful house. So to come in and see it completely gutted, I mean, there were walls removed. It was in such disrepair that the kids couldn't even come in and see it. It was messier and worse than I had seen it.
Did you ever, in addition to the sort of the area that was the majority of the house that was under construction, did you ever see any of the areas in the house that were still livable at the time?
Yes, because they were living in the apartment in the back. Okay. So, yes.
Did Shanti ever say anything to you about the house or the construction process?
Yes, I think she was frustrated because, normally...
Objection on hearsay?
Continue.
Approach.
So the question was, did Shanti ever say anything about the construction process to you? And I believe you had started to answer. If you could just continue.
Yes, she did. She was very frustrated by how long it was taking. I normally would do a project like this in 3 to 4 months, a full gut renovation on the houses that I've done. So, and she knew that. So I think for her it was, she said it was frustrating because she was nowhere near done. And I think the second time she asked me to come to the house, it was like a desperate plea because, she wanted my opinion on what she could do to get it done, to get it done.
Understood. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense Cross.
This Mercedes that you mentioned, isn't it true that they were buying a used Mercedes?
She did not say. She just said Mercedes.
And your relationship with the Tronnes family was business or pleasure?
It'd be more pleasure.
Your children went to school together?
Yes.
That was, which school was that?
Blankner.
Blankner Boone.
Blankner School.
Okay, and was Shanti very happy that Jackson was going to be going to this school?
She did not state that. I don't know.
So she never expressed to you how excited she was about the school district?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't assume whether she was happy or not happy.
When was the last time you saw Shanti?
It was right before she passed away. I believe it might have been the Saturday before she passed.
She explained to you about the contract with Zombie House Flipping?
She did talk to me about that when I went back to see the house.
She expressed her excitement with the development and the light at the end of the tunnel.
I think she was hesitant, actually.
She had production beginning on May the 7th, didn't she?
I don't know, because it seemed when I talked to her, it was up in the air.
So you're not even aware that it had been set and what had happened and there was a production schedule?
She did not make that clear to me.
Were you aware that David owned the home before his marriage to Shanti?
No.
Were you aware that there was termite damage to the floors and that's why they were taken out? Did that ever become something that you spoke about with David and Shanti?
No.
So in the house as you saw it originally, you don't know how it came or why it came to be peeled so slowly back to the studs that you finally saw it to be?
No, but I know that termite damage or no termite damage, I would have had that house done in 3 to 4 months.
And so with a professional contractor coming in and a TV crew and production schedule, that could happen, quite frankly, in your opinion, in 3 to 4 months.
I don't know because I'm not familiar with a production schedule.
And what about the cost? Don't you think it's $200,000 to $300,000 to get the property complete?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sustain?
You do remodeling of homes?
What's that?
You've done remodeling of homes,
Yes, but each home is very different in its needs.
but you knew this home.
I did. I didn't know it inside out.
And you have no opinion at this point based upon what you know about the market and the home as you saw it before and after, and your conversations with Shanti and David and their design plans on a ballpark figure on what it would cost to finish the property?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled?
I know what I've spent on my houses, and it ranges drastically depending on exactly what you're doing.
Could they make this house livable for $200,000 to $300,000?
Objection, calls for speculation, foundation.
Sustain?
One moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
At this time, the state calls Samantha Adams.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Will you please state your first and last name for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Samantha Adams, ADAMS,
And what city do you currently live in?
Madison, Alabama.
And how long have you lived there?
A little over a year.
Okay. Prior to living in Madison, Alabama, where did you live?
Prior to Madison, Alabama, I lived in Palm Bay, Florida for approximately 3 years, and then before that in Asheville, Alabama, and then prior to that, Orlando, Florida.
And what was the time period that you lived in Orlando, Florida?
I was born and raised in Orlando, Florida, and I lived there prior to my 22nd birthday.
And when was your 22nd birthday?
May of 2018.
All right. And what do you currently do for work?
I am a facility security officer for a military defense contractor in Huntsville, Alabama.
But going back to 2017 and 2018, were you working full-time or were you also a student?
I was also a student.
What were you in school for?
I attended the University of Central Florida studying criminal justice.
And in addition to being a full-time student, did you have a part-time job?
Yes, I did.
And who was that part-time job with?
Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
How is it that you came to work for her?
I was looking to leave my previous job at Universal Studios for a more job that was more flexible with my school schedule, and so I put a posting on care.com, and Shanti reached out the next morning asking for a nanny.
Can you just explain to the jury a little bit, what is care.com?
So care.com is an online site that individuals can post themselves to become a nanny or anything that an individual may need. Also, personal assisting, an app basically for an individual looking for help.
And what was the nature of the work that you ultimately ended up doing for Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
When I first started with Shanti, it was mostly nanny work with her son Jackson, and it eventually went into more personal assisting / nanny. If she needed anything, I was the person to help her.
Can you give some examples of what you'd be talking about outside of childcare?
Yes, so for Shanti, she ran her own business, so she would have me go to the post office, check her mailbox. She would have me, if she got any checks, go ahead and post those in her bank account, as well as go grocery shopping if she needed an errand ran, anything like that.
And what, well, first of all, how long is it that you worked for Shanti?
It was January of 17 until mid-April 2018.
And what were your typical hours when working with her?
Anywhere from 9 to 11 a.m. to about 3 to 5 p.m.
Are you able to estimate about how many hours a week it is that you worked with Shanti?
About 21 hours a week.
And how much of this time, 20 or so hours that you were working with her, would you actually be sort of physically around her in the same room or area as her?
Out of the 20 hours, I would say between running errands, between 10 to 15 hours out of every week.
And why is it that you stopped working with Shanti?
I was relocating with my parents to Asheville, Alabama.
And in your work, did you have occasion to observe Shanti's work?
Yes, I did. So whenever I had picked up Jackson, we would come straight home and we would start doing his homework. And during that time, I was sitting not even 10 feet away from where she was on her computer.
Is that sort of based on the state of the construction in the house?
Yes, sir.
And so did you have the opportunity to observe kind of how she worked and calls and things like that that she would have with people related to work?
Yes, sir.
Did she appear to be responsive to people while working?
Yes. So a majority of the time whenever Shanti was working, she was not open to other contact. So if she was on a phone call, she would ask us not to interrupt her. And a majority of the time when I was there during my weeks, she was always on the phone. There was just a very rare occasion that she wasn't on the phone or interacting with me and Jackson.
When she was working, what type of clothes would she typically wear?
She would usually wear business casual, sometimes jeans, blouses, sometimes t-shirts, but mostly business casual.
Did she typically wear like a tank top and shorts or perhaps gym type shorts?
No, the only time that she wore pajama type wear was when she had her appendix surgery.
And as best you recall, about when was that?
I believe it was around March of 2018.
And by the time you had left her employ in April of 2018, had she resumed back to wearing the jeans and blouse type wear at her work?
Yes, sir.
So would it have been unusual for her to be wearing a tank top and shorts at that time?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, did she seem to have a lot of difficulty after the surgery?
Yes, sir. She didn't want to take the pain medicine associated with the surgery.
All right. So in your time working with Shanti, did you ever meet her husband, David Tronnes?
Yes, I did.
Did you have much interaction with him?
No, sir. I mostly interacted with Shanti.
Did you ever see David or Shanti argue or bicker?
I saw them bicker on occasion.
Did they ever bicker about the home renovation, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Was this sort of just an ongoing bickering that went through when your employment ended?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall Shanti wearing a wedding ring or engagement ring?
Yes, sir.
Was that something that she always wore or just wore some of the time?
She always wore.
Was there ever a time that you recall seeing her that she was not wearing the engagement ring?
I never saw her not wear the engagement ring. The only time that she ever took off was the wedding band, because one day I reported to work and one of the diamonds had fallen out, so she had me take it to the jeweler's, but she was still wearing the engagement ring.
Had she gotten the wedding band back after that at some point?
I think we got it back the same day.
Okay. And then after that day, did you ever see her not wearing her engagement ring or her wedding band?
No, sir.
Were you Facebook friends with Shanti?
Yes, I was.
Permission to publish what's in evidence is State 61.
You may.
Is this a Facebook posting of Shanti that you recall?
Yes, sir.
And is that, in fact, the engagement ring that you saw her wearing every day?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach the witness with what's in evidence as States 72.
May.
Sure. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what's been entered into evidence as State 72. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And is this Shanti's engagement ring?
It is.
And this is the engagement ring that you saw her wearing the entirety of the time that you worked with her?
Yes, sir.
And is this the same ring that she posted in that Facebook post?
Yes, sir, it is.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Adams.
Good morning.
You would describe David as quiet? Yes?
Yes.
Pretty much an introvert?
Yes.
You mentioned during direct that while Shanti was working, she wasn't really open to outside communication, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So during the day, what would David be doing while Shanti was working?
It depended on the day. Some days he would be working downstairs in the garage, out in the yard, or helping with the dogs.
Okay. Did he take the dogs to the dog park?
On occasion.
From your observation, was there a lot of communication between the two of them while she was working?
During the day, not really, no.
Did he pretty much stay out of her way?
Yes, ma'am.
And he kept himself occupied doing tasks around the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever notice the two of them calling or texting each other through the day?
I didn't sit directly beside where Shanti was, and when I was running errands, I wasn't aware if they were texting or not.
Did you ever hear phone conversations between the two of them?
No, ma'am.
Leading up to the time that you finished your work there, tell the jury when that was. When did you stop working for Shanti?
It was in the middle of April. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. You were working there during the times when renovation was taking place on the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You became aware that they were going to be involved in the zombie house flipping show?
Yes, ma'am.
Shanti was excited about that, wasn't she?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, work was to begin May 7th, I believe. Is that correct?
I wasn't aware of a date.
Did you know that it was supposed to start soon, in time to when you were leaving?
I believe so.
Okay. Prior to that, had work been progressing on the renovation?
I would say work was retracting, not progressing.
Okay. In January, that year before you terminated your employment, had there begun a renewal of some work in the house?
January of 17 or January of 18?
2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And from your observation, what was happening?
In January of 17, it looked, if I recall correctly, they
Talking
were...
about 18.
Sorry, January of 18. If I recall correctly, they were putting cement in the home.
And did you learn why that had to stop?
No, ma'am.
Shanti was excited about participating in the show because of the sponsorships that they were going to get.
I'm not aware.
Objection Foundation.
Sustain. I'll withdraw the question. What were the general work hours where that you would work there at the home?
Anywhere from 9 to 11 to 3 to 5 p.m.
Okay. Were you there when the family would share meals together?
No, ma'am.
During the time that you worked there, did you have an opportunity to observe either David or Shanti and their interactions with contractors or workers that were working there?
No, ma'am. I was usually doing other tasks.
You described the ring, her engagement ring that she wore. Are you familiar with where she kept her jewelry?
No, ma'am.
Now, she wouldn't always wear that ring, would she?
The engagement ring or the wedding band?
The engagement ring or the wedding band?
I've always seen her with the engagement ring.
Would she wear it in the pool?
I'm not aware.
Were you there when she would spend time in the pool with her and Jackson or her and David?
I've only ever been in the pool once with her, and I do not recall if she was wearing the ring.
Did you go on trips with the family to like Aquatica or places like that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you see her wearing the ring there?
I believe she was wearing the ring.
Are you sure?
I cannot recall.
You said that you would start your day with Shanti around not between 9 and 10. Is that accurate?
9 to 11.
When you would arrive, she was already dressed for the workday?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not familiar with her morning routine, are you?
No, ma'am, not prior to 9 to 11.
And you would leave by 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the latest. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not familiar with her evening routine either, are you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know if she wore the ring in the shower?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if she took it off at night before she went to bed?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if she put it back on in the morning when she woke up?
No, ma'am.
You indicated that normally she would be wearing business casual clothing. You mentioned except when she was recovering from her surgery, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would she wear more casual clothing when she wasn't feeling well?
I do not recall.
But you did notice that after the appendectomy, correct?
Yes, due to her surgical scar, she could not wear tight pants.
Did you become aware of any problems or concerns that Shanti had about the neighborhood?
No, ma'am.
Prosecutor asked you about conflict, and you said that you observed occasional bickering. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing you saw ever gave you a cause to be concerned about Shanti's safety?
No, ma'am.
You never saw any marks or bruises on her?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you never saw Shanti confront David about concerns about their living situation or any frustrations with that, did you?
No, ma'am. She mostly kept me out of that.
Let's talk about the specific description of the house. You worked there for almost a year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
You were very familiar with the residence,
Yes, ma'am.
both the main house and the apartment and garage area?
Not really the main house, mostly the garage area.
Were you familiar with the roof deck that led to the loft area from the main house?
Yes.
Okay, and describe that roof deck.
From best that I can recall, from the garage apartment, there was, right behind the staircase, there was a door that led on, and it was a flat roof-like structure.
Okay, could you access that area from the main house?
I am not aware.
But there was a door upstairs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you could access that loft apartment from the garage area, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
From that rooftop area? There was an external door.
Yes, ma'am.
From the breezeway between the main house and the loft apartment?
So going to the above garage apartment, there was just that door in the breezeway and then the door that was upstairs.
The garage doors?
The garage doors only went into the garage itself.
Okay. And would you have to leave the garage to come in through the side door?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there a lot of doors between the main house, the garage, and the loft apartment?
Yes, you would have to go all the way up the driveway, all the way down to the back. You would look at the garage, you would see a breezeway on the right, you would go through the breezeway, it would be the second door on the left, and that would lead you upstairs into the garage apartment.
When there was work happening, would the construction workers arrive before you got there early in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that your work duties included going to the post office, running errands, depositing checks. Did you ever make withdrawals for Shanti?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she keep cash in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe that.
Keeping cash in the house, to my best recollection, she kept a poker bag in her closet that was hidden that she would keep cash within.
Did you ever put money into that poker bag?
No, ma'am. I always handed it directly to Shanti.
From your observation, was David actively working and supervising the contractors when they were there on site?
Yes, ma'am.
That would include, did you ever observe him like also doing tasks, picking up lumber, picking up supplies, making those kind of business activities?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. You may step down. You are excused from subpoena. State next witness.
John Johnson?
sworn affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you please state your first and last name for the report?
Please, the court.
May I proceed?
Can you spell your first and your last name for us, please?
Sure, it's Sean, S-H-A-W-N, last name Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Orlando Regional Operations Center in the DNA Biology section.
What's your background in education, training, and experience in that area?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biochemistry with a minor in chemistry. I've been with FDLE in the biology section for approximately 26 and a half years. I completed 2 separate training courses. One dealt with conventional serology, which is the identification of body fluid stains, and then the other portion was DNA analysis, and they both were approximately about a year in length.
Do you go through any continuing testing as well?
Continuing education, is that what you're referring to?
Education and then testing with lines that you must be successful in identifying?
Yes, I'm required to do, I believe it's 16 hours now of a continued education throughout the calendar year. And then I'm also required to take 2 proficiency tests per year. And a proficiency test is a mock trial, or not a mock trial, but a mock case with a scenario. And I run that proficiency test alongside other cases. And then the results are sent out to a company, and they will grade it pass or fail.
Does the FDLE lab in Orlando itself hold any accreditations?
Yes, we're accredited by the American National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board.
And what is the process of a lab becoming accredited?
Approximately every 4 years, people of the forensic community nationwide come into our lab system, and they fan out over the state and go into the biology sections and make sure that we are doing what our standard operating procedures say we're doing. And it's an extensive interviewing process with analysts, and that, like I said, is done every 4 years.
Tell the jury about your actual workspace itself.
I have my own work area in that I perform DNA analysis in that, where I examine items of evidence in my area. I have a refrigerator that is locked for evidence security. And then when I look at evidence, the area in which I place the evidence out on is cleaned between items. And so I have actual space that's for computer and then for evidence.
And is there anything to do to help ventilate the air in there?
Not at that specific work area. When I'm doing the DNA analysis, that is done in hoods that have certain airflows.
Just explain that to the jury.
It's basically just to keep my DNA off of the samples and from anything going into the hood that would be unwanted.
And how is it that a piece of evidence gets presented to you for analysis?
I'm assigned cases just randomly, and then once I receive the case, I'll request the evidence that's involved in the case, and then it is brought to me by a technician.
And can anybody just walk into the FDLE lab in Orlando and pick up pieces of evidence?
No, the submitting agency will bring it into our evidence section, into the vault, and that's where it stays until I request it.
And then when you request it and it's into your care and custody, what do you do to make sure that it remains secure?
Like I said, I have a locked refrigerator and locked storage areas. And so one piece of evidence is taken at a time. I perform my analysis, seal it back up, and put it away to be locked away.
You have any technicians that assist you with your work?
Yes.
And do they wear the same protective clothing as you do?
Yes, they do.
And do they have the same security protocols that you do as far as keeping the evidence secure?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever given an opinion testimony before about DNA evidence and the comparison of known DNA samples to unknown DNA samples?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Today will be my 190th time.
And have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in these areas?
No.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a material that controls the function and development of the cells in our body. It's what makes us who we are. It's our genetic blueprint. We get half from our DNA from our mother and half from our father at conception. And DNA is actually 99.9% the same from person to person. This large portion makes us human beings. It gives us the ability to communicate, stand on two legs, so on and so forth. 0.1% is different. You can see a lot of the differences when you look at individuals: hair color, eye color, height or weight, and so on. Within this 0.1%, what I look at are 21 areas of the DNA that differ from person to person by their size. And it's these sizes of DNA that make up an individual's DNA profile.
And do these 21 areas that you test for, do they have anything to do with functionality, like how tall you are, your eye color, or anything like that?
They do not.
And are there chemicals that you use that can identify these areas of the genome?
Yes, I use chemicals that specifically target those 21 areas.
And are these chemicals available commercially?
Yes.
And what particular kit or kits did the FDLE use at the time that you made these analyses in 2018?
It's called Global Filer.
And is this a Global Filer a product that is accepted in the forensic DNA community?
Yes, it is.
And what other purposes besides the use in a criminal case would Global Filer and these other commercial kits serve in the scientific community?
They're used in cancer research, they're used in paternity cases, and they are used in identification of remains in mass disasters such as 9/11.
Prior to doing DNA analysis, do you do any other sort of chemical analysis of some samples that are provided to you?
Sure. If a stain is red-brown in color, indicative of blood, I'll do a chemical presumptive test for that stain. And it's just adding a series of colorless solutions to the stain or to a rubbing of the stain. And if those colorless solutions turn pink, then it's telling me that it's chemically positive for blood.
All right. Were you provided known samples in this case to analyze, and then I'll have you explain what a known sample is?
Yes, it was.
What is a known sample?
A known sample is a sample that the source is known. For example, a buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside of someone's cheek, and also a DNA card is used to dry down liquid blood.
T, which is 35 in evidence, and S, which is 46 in evidence.
You may.
So I'm showing you T, which is 35. First, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
The FDLE case number, the exhibit number, and then my initials are on the seal and then on the date that was opened.
Now, when you receive a particular piece of evidence such as this, does it come in that sealed envelope?
Yes.
And then when you are done performing whatever casework it is that you perform on it, do you replace it into that envelope?
Yes.
And then do you seal it with your own FDLE tape?
Yes.
And you place your own initials over that tape?
That's correct.
Is that item in substantially the same condition as when you left it after repackaging it?
It is. The seal's intact and my initials are still in the seal.
All right. Now, when you receive that item and when you open it, what was inside of it?
This is buccal swab represented as being from David Tronnes.
So you didn't go out there and collect a buccal swab from somebody named David Tronnes, did you?
I did not.
And that's why you say identified to you as?
Correct.
And what is actually physically in the box? In the envelope, can you describe it for us?
There is literally a stick cotton swab.
And is it suspended in a box so that the cotton swab doesn't touch the sides of the box?
I don't recall if this was. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not.
Okay. And then why don't you just take us through the process of how you take this cotton swab and develop it into a DNA profile?
Sure. The first thing I do is I just take a very small portion of the buccal swab because there's a lot of DNA on a buccal swab. The first step is the extraction process, and it's simply adding chemicals and heat to these cells to break them open, to get the DNA out of the cells and into solution. The next step in the process is quantitation. That tells me how much DNA I was able to get out of the stain, or in this case, the buccal swab. Once I have a certain amount of DNA, the next step is the amplification, or PCR, which stands for polymerase chain reaction. And what that does is it amplifies those 21 areas I spoke of to get millions of copies of those areas to give me enough to obtain the DNA profile. This doesn't change the DNA, it just copies the DNA. It's the exact same reaction used for COVID testing, PCR COVID testing. So once I have a lot of DNA at these 21 areas, those samples are then processed, and the size of those 21 areas are determined.
Speaking of these 21 areas, are you familiar with what STR is?
Yes, STR is short tandem repeats, and those are just the units or the repeats that make up the sizes of the DNA. And so if someone has 10 repeating units, then they have a 10 in their DNA profile.
Now, each of these 21 locations, is it one that is one location that's being tested, or is there two to kind of go with having two parents?
Well, all 21 are being tested at the same time, but for a buccal swab, I would never expect to see more than one size of DNA. More than two sizes of DNA at any area. Because like I said earlier, you get half from your DNA from your mother and half from your father. And so at any area, any of those 21 areas, if mom would donate a piece of DNA that's 10 and dad would donate a piece of DNA that's 11, then that person would be a 10-11. If mom and dad had donated the same size, then it would just be a 10. Never more than two. If there's more than two, that tells me that there's a second person donating that DNA profile.
Okay, so somebody could be 10-11, or they could be 10-10, for example, if both parents donated the same amount of short tandem repeats.
Correct.
All right. And taking this exhibit T, 35 for in evidence, were you able to develop a full profile at all of the 21 locations that kit tests for?
Yes, I was.
Now turning to S for identification, which exhibit number?
My exhibit number or your exhibit number?
Our exhibit number.
It says 46.
Okay. So talking about S or 46 in evidence, were you able to take the contents of that envelope and develop a full DNA profile in the same manner you just previously discussed?
Yes,
Is that a DNA card represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
it is.
Now, how's a DNA card, you briefly explained it, but how is it different than a buccal swab?
It's the DNA in liquid form in the blood isn't as stable for a long period of time. And so the portion of the blood is dried down, and once it's dry, it can be DNA tested for 30, 40, 50 years. And so that is just a DNA card.
All right, and then you mentioned the internal numbers that get used by yourself and law enforcement. Was that labeled as K2?
Yes.
And does that go with known 2?
Yes.
In the previous exhibit T, which is 35 in evidence, was that K1 as in known 1?
Yes.
All right. Turning back to S, you were able to develop a full profile at all 21 locations?
Yes.
Turning to one of our first unknowns, V for identification, 37 in evidence. May I approach? Are you familiar with that item?
I am.
And what do you recognize that as being?
It's my Q1, which is hand swabs represented as being from David Tronnes.
And is that similar to buccal swabs that are taken from inside somebody's cheek when swabs are presented to you as being represented from somebody's hands?
Yes, I didn't take them myself, if that's what you're referring to. Yes.
Right. But inside the contents of the envelope would be another Q-tip in a box.
Correct.
All right. And same question for the second exhibit we just discussed, S for identification, and this one. Was it in a packaged and sealed envelope when it was presented to you?
Yes.
And when you returned it to law enforcement, had you sealed it with your own evidence tape and initialed it?
Yes, I did.
All right. Were you able to develop a DNA profile from V for identification?
I took sample to DNA, and yes, I was able to. Well, first of all, David Tronnes, his DNA is expected to be on his own hands, and so he's expected donor. The evidence, it demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, and one of those donors was one of them was male.
Okay. Now, is there any sort of statistical basis to assign significance when you say that an unknown matches a known?
Yeah, anytime a single source profile matches another single source, or a person is included in a mixture, then I'm required to put a statistical significance or weight to that match or inclusion.
And what sort of statistical database does the FDLE use to give significance to these comparisons?
We use the NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology database from 2013.
And can you just give a brief overview of that study and who was comprised with it, and does it have, well, that's enough questions. Go ahead.
Sure. It basically what happens is we use what's called a likelihood ratio, is what the statistic is. And that's what that is a comparison of two scenarios. How much more likely is one scenario to occur over another? And a good way to think about a database is if you have 100 people come through the door, and as they come through the door, you ask them their shoe size, that would be a database of shoe sizes. And so then if a random person on the street, you ask them what's their shoe size, and they would say size 10, then you can go to your database of shoe sizes and see how rare or common the frequency of a size 10 is in the database. Well, the database I use is not shoe sizes, but it's those sizes of those 21 areas in the general population. And so at each area, the likelihood ratio is calculated in the DNA profile, and then it's able to be multiplied over those 21 areas together to give the likelihood ratio of that DNA profile in its entirety.
Is the use of this database accepted in your relevant scientific community?
Yes.
And so you don't need to have millions of samples in order to develop a statistical database. A much smaller sample size is okay?
It is the database I use is approximately 1,000 people, and it has been scientifically proven to be reliable to use it as a representation of the general population.
All right. And so for V, was that assigned Q1 internally for an unknown or questioned source?
Yes.
And that you expected Mr. Tronnes' DNA to be there because the swabs came from him?
Correct.
And what else was there, if anything?
Then I compared Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' DNA profile to the mixture.
And was there any statistical significance to that comparison?
Yes, she was included as a contributor in the mixture. And then the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from David Tronnes and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes than from David Tronnes and an unrelated individual.
And you say 700 billion. Is there any relationship to that number that FTLE uses in the Earth's population?
It's approximately 100 times the Earth population.
And you can proceed.
It's approximately 100 times the Earth population. The actual number is much, much larger, but we cap it at that in order to have a relative number you can kind of wrap your head around, and just for reporting purposes.
All right, I'm going to, with the court's permission, approach with you for identification, states 36.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes.
And what does it said to contain?
Is my Q2, which is fingernail clippings represented as being from David Tronnes.
And again, the packaging and labeling and sealing of this exhibit when you received it and you returned it, similar as what we've previously discussed?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a profile from Q2?
Again, this was a mixture of two individuals with David Tronnes' DNA expected to be present.
And was there any statistical comparison that you could make to the DNA card's profile of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was again included in the mixture. And again, the observed mixed DNA profiles are greater than 700 billion times more likely.
Now, do you actually send fingernail clippings into the DNA comparison, or is there a step prior to that?
I actually take the clippings and using a sterile swab, I'm swabbing the clippings.
All right, and so then similar to the other Q-tip exhibits that we've already discussed, that's what's actually getting clipped is some of the cotton off of there?
Yes.
M, which is 39 in evidence.
You may.
Are you familiar with this exhibit, sir?
Yes, I am.
What's it said to contain?
It's my Q3, and it's pajama pants represented as being from David Tronnes.
And did you identify any areas on these pajama pants that might be suitable for possible DNA testing?
Yes, I took two samples from the pajama bottoms.
And prior to going to DNA profile analysis, did you do any presumptive chemical analysis?
Yes, on this exhibit, the two stains that I took forward gave chemical indications of the presence of blood.
Was the internal number on this exhibit Q3?
Yes.
And the two stains that you were talking about, what were their sub numbers for identification?
Q3A and Q3D.
Q3A, did that presumptively test positive for blood?
Yes.
And where was this cutting from?
I have to refer to my notes. I have, according to my notes, there is on the front of the pants.
And were you able to develop a profile from Q3A?
I developed, yes, it was, and it was a mixture of two individuals.
And were either or both of the known samples in this case present in that mixture?
Again, David Tronnes' DNA was expected to be there because they were his pants, and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes is included as a possible contributor to the mixture.
To what statistical significance?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 million times more likely.
I'm sorry, was that million or billion?
Billion.
Okay. Q3D, did you test that presumptively for the presence of blood?
I did.
Where was that cutting from?
That was on the back.
And were you able to take that to a DNA profile testing and develop a DNA profile?
I took it through DNA, and I obtained the presence of a mixture. DNA results foreign to David Tronnes were obtained. However, they were so minimal, I could not use them for any comparison purposes.
And at what stage are you making that decision that it's too minimal? Is that pre-amplification or after amplification?
That's after the entire process is done.
May I just have standing permission to approach with this witness?
Of course.
Thank you. I'm approaching with AI for identification, which could be 40, 46, or 48, depending on the clerk's writing today. AI for identification, though. You familiar with that item?
Yes, I am.
And does that have an internal number?
It does. It's my Q4.
All right. And what was it said to be?
Vaginal swabs represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from this exhibit?
No. Well, part of the process, it went through extraction and quantitation. For vaginal swabs or orifice swabs, if there's no male DNA present, then the process will stop after the quantitation period. And in this case, the quantitation failed to demonstrate the presence of any male DNA.
Yes. All right. Thank you. AJ for identification, 49. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes.
And what internal identification number was assigned to this exhibit?
This is Q5.
And what was that said to be?
Oral swabs represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And did you take this through DNA analysis as well?
No, I did not. It actually also was dropped after the quantitation period portion of the process due to there's no male DNA present.
P for identification states 43. Are you familiar with this item, sir?
Yes.
And what internal identification number was assigned to that?
This is Q6.
And what was that said to be?
These are anal swabs represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And what was the result of your analysis on this exhibit?
These tested positive for the chemical indications of blood. However, they also were stopped after the quantitation period or process because there was no male presence, no male DNA present.
R for identification, 45 in evidence. Are you familiar with this item, sir?
Yes.
And what internal identification number was assigned to this item?
Q7,
And what was that said to be?
neck swabs represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And did you take that through the DNA profile testing process?
Yes, it did.
And what were the results?
In this case, there are neck swabs from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, so her DNA profile is expected to be there. And in this case, there was no DNA foreign to her on this item.
X for identification, 47 in evidence. Are you familiar with this item, sir?
Yes.
And was this item assigned an internal identification
Yes, so it's Q9.
And what was that said to be?
I broke them down into Q9R and L. They were from the right-hand fingernails, represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, and the left-hand fingernails represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And did you swab those fingernails prior to putting cuttings from the swab into the DNA extraction process?
Yes.
And what were the results of the analysis of Q9R and Q9L?
Again, there was no foreign DNA present.
Q for identification states 44. Are you familiar with this signature?
Yes.
And did it have an internal identification number?
Q8,
And what was it said to be?
hand swabs represented as being from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And were you able to take that exhibit through the DNA analysis process?
I did.
What were the results of your findings?
There was the results, due to their complexity of the mixture I obtained, I was not able to use it for any interpretation or comparison.
And can you just break that down into a slightly more expansive answer, but not
Sure.
an hour-long answer?
There was just too much information there. It was so complex that there's no way I could assign any of those pieces of DNA to anybody involved.
And does that mean, is there a cutoff, like 3 people, 4 people, or what sort of cutoffs is there, if there is a cutoff, before you say it's uninterpretable because there's too much DNA present?
If there's more than 4 contributors present, it's definitely too complex. But then also, if there's degradation, if the sample isn't going through the process due to something maybe on her hands or chemical or something like that would affect the amplification process, then it would also be too complex.
Are you familiar with touch DNA?
Yes.
What is touch DNA?
It's anytime you touch something, you are shedding skin cells. So if I would touch the bench and swab that, I'm leaving skin cells, but I would not expect to get my DNA profile just from that one touch. But if I would sit here and rub it for a half hour, swab it, I would expect to get my DNA profile. So it basically touch DNA is everywhere.
All right, and throughout our daily lives, if a human being goes around touching things all day without washing his or her hands, is it possible to accumulate foreign DNA?
Absolutely, yes.
Approaching with states AE and AF for identification, 55 and 56 in evidence respectively. Asking you first about AE. Are you familiar with that item?
Q. Yes.
Did that have an internal identification number?
Yes, Q10.
And where was that said to have come from?
A swab from interior side of the north side rail.
And were you able to take this item through the DNA examination process?
Yes.
And what were the results?
It gave chemical indications of blood, and then a complete female profile was obtained, and it matched Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
AF for identification. Did that have an internal identification number assigned to it?
Yes.
And what was that?
Q11.
And where was that said to have come from?
Swab from metal frame on interior of north side rail.
And did you presumptively test that to be blood or not?
Yes, it was positive. It gave chemical indications of the presence of blood.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from this item?
Yes.
And were you able to compare that to any known samples in this case?
Yes, it matched the DNA profile from Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
AR for identification states 58. Familiar with this item?
Yes, I am.
And did it have an internal identification number?
Q12.
And what was it said to be?
A swab from wooden slat collected from bed frame in upstairs loft.
Did you do any presumptive chemical testing on this item?
Yes.
And did it test presumptively positive for anything?
It gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And were you able to take this through the DNA profile testing and develop a profile?
Yes, I obtained a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male.
And were you able to assign any statistical significance to the 2 known samples that you had at this point in time?
Yes, David Tronnes and Shanti Cooper were both included. The observed mixed DNA profile for when I compared it to David Tronnes is approximately 14,000 times more likely to occur if that sample originated from David Tronnes in an unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals. And then compared Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' profile to the mixture, and the mixture is observed. The DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
Now, when you get a number like 14,000 times more likely to occur if he's in the mixture as opposed to two strangers, approximately how many different locations out of those 21 are we talking about?
It's hard. It's just much, much less than 21. And so the range is basically, that's the lower end. And so if the person, DNA profile is not there, or it's there, or if it's not there as much as another individual's, then that likelihood ratio will reflect that.
Are certain things such as blood better sources of DNA as opposed to, like you said earlier, skin cells?
Yeah, it depends on how many skin cells are there. In the example I used, if I would touch the bench here and then a drop of blood was put there, then I would expect the DNA profile to be coming from the blood.
AG for identification states 57 in evidence. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes.
Does it have an internal identification number?
That's Q13.
And what was that said to be?
A swab from wooden slat collected from the bed frame in upstairs loft.
And what were the results of any analysis that you did on this item?
It gave chemical indications of blood. A complete female profile was obtained that matched Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
Approaching with AA 50, AB 51. Are you familiar with AA 50 first?
Yes, Sam?
And did that have an internal identification number as well?
Yes, Q15.
And the next exhibit, AB for identification, 51, did that have an internal identification number as well?
Yes, Q16.
And where was Q15 or AA for identification said to have come from?
A swab from carpet southwest of bedding/victim's head.
And where was AB or 51, Q16 said to have come from?
Swab from carpet southeast of victim's head.
And did you get similar results that you just testified about for Q13, which was AG?
Yes, a complete female profile that matched Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
And they were also presumptive positive for blood
Yes.
with no foreign contributions?
As far as, what do you mean by
No foreign DNA, just one profile, Shanti?
Correct. It was single source and it matched Shanti Cooper. On exhibit Q13, there was a possibility of an additional contributor, but again, it was so low that no interpretations could be made.
Approaching with Z for identification, 7 in evidence. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes, I am.
And did it have an internal identification number?
Q14.
And what was it said to be?
Hairs from top of drain in bathtub of apartment above garage.
And did you do any presumptive testing on the hairs?
No, for hairs, I'm just looking for root material. The DNA, the STR process that's used, I need to have root on that hair. So if you pluck your eyebrow and you see that large chunk of meat on there, that is a lot of DNA. So I went through all these hairs and found that there were three hairs that were suitable to take on to try to get DNA information from.
And then did you sub-label them as Q14A, B, and C?
Yes.
All right, tell us about 14A.
14A and 14C had the similar DNA results. It was just too limited to make any interpretations. They were not interpretable.
And how about 14B?
And 14B, it was dropped after the quantitation process or step because there was no DNA on that hair.
A for identification states 29 in evidence. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And did it have an internal identification number?
Q18.
And what was that said to be?
This is a white fitted sheet.
And when you get presented something like a sheet, how do you go about identifying areas for possible DNA testing?
In this case, it was a white sheet, and so I'm looking for red-brown stains. And in this case, when the sheet came in, there were certain number of stains previously identified before it got to me. And so I just went ahead and tested those stains. In 1 second, I'll tell you how many. Sorry, there was Q17 also before that, so just trying to find the...
I know, I went out of order.
That's okay, I got it. It was 19 stains of various colors and of shadings of red-brown staining that I tested.
All right, let's talk about stain 2. Did you presumptively test that for blood?
Yes,
And what was the result?
it was positive for chemical presence of blood.
And when taking that stain through the DNA process, were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, I obtained a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male.
And when comparing that to the known samples you had at the time, was there any comparison to be had?
Yes, David Tronnes is included as a possible contributor, and the observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 410 million times more likely to occur if that sample originated from David Tronnes and an unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
And how about any relationship to Shanti Cooper-Tronnes on stain 2?
She was also included in the mixture, and the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 million times more likely to occur.
Stain 6 on Q18?
A partial DNA profile was obtained from a male individual.
And did you compare that to the sample from David Tronnes?
I did, and it matches David Tronnes, and the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if that sample originated from David Tronnes than from an unrelated individual.
Stain 11, what were the results of any testing on that stain?
Again, a mixture of 2 donors, including at least 1 male. David Tronnes was included in the mixture, and the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur. And Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was also included, and the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
Counsel, that was stain number 7.
That was stain 11 on Q18. Stains 15 and 17, were you able to develop any DNA profile from those 2 stains?
Yes, the same complete DNA profile from a male, and it matched David Tronnes.
And by match, is that the terminology for over 700 billion times more likely?
And yes, in this case, again, it was 700 billion times more likely.
Stain 19, what were your results, if any?
I obtained a mixture, however, it was too limited to be used for any interpretation.
Now, turning back. B for identification. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes, I am.
Did it have an internal identification number as well?
Yes, Q17.
So hence why it was out of order with A and B, sorry.
That's okay.
What was it said to be?
This is a white top sheet.
And again, was it presented to you with certain stains already pre-marked by the law enforcement agency?
Yes, in this case, there was 33 stains that were identified.
All right. Let's talk about stain 5. Did you test stain 5 for the presence of blood?
Yes.
And was it present?
Yes, it was positive.
Did you take it through a DNA profile testing?
I did.
And what were the results when compared to the known samples you had?
I obtained a complete male DNA profile, and it matched DNA profile from David Tronnes, and then the observed profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely.
And that was presumptive positive for blood?
Yes, on stain 5.
Stain 9, did you test that for the presence of blood?
Yes.
What was your results?
A complete male profile was obtained from Q17 stain 9.
And what was the results from testing it for the presence of blood?
It was positive.
And so stain 9, you developed a complete male profile?
Yes.
And when comparing that to David Tronnes' DNA sample, which you already had, what were the results?
He's excluded as the source of that DNA profile.
I'm going to approach with you with CI for identification, 60 in evidence. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes, I am.
And did it have an internal identification number?
It's my item 21 or K3.
So a known 3?
Yes.
And what was that said to be?
A buccal swab represented as being from Jackson J. Cooper.
And similar to the buccal swab from David Tronnes, was it on a Q-tip in a cardboard box?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile with it?
Yes, I was.
And are you still using the same commercial kit when you did this as when you did the 2018 and 2019 test?
Yes.
All right. When comparing this exhibit that I just presented you to the stain on stain 9, what was the relationship, if any?
I compared the two profiles, and the DNA profile from stain 9 matches the DNA profile from Jackson J. Cooper, and the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
All right. Stain 18 on Q17 or B, did you presumptively test that for blood?
18?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it was positive.
And did you develop a DNA profile from that exhibit?
I obtained a partial DNA profile.
And what does a partial profile mean?
It's just a DNA profile that's less than the 21 areas, but still enough to use for comparison and interpretation.
And did it have any statistical significance to any of the 3 known profiles?
Yes, it also matched Jackson J. Cooper.
And not a mixture, just him?
Yes, it's not a mixture, it's just a single source, and it is the observed partial DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
So even if you don't have 21 locations, you can still exceed 700 billion?
Yes.
All right. Stain 19, did you test that for the presence of blood?
I did.
What were the results?
Positive.
And did you develop a DNA profile from this exhibit?
I did.
And did it have any statistical relationship to the knowns?
Yes, it matched DNA profile from David Tronnes, and the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely.
Stain 23, did you test that for the presence of blood?
Yes, it was positive.
And did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes, a complete male DNA profile was obtained.
And did it have any statistical significance with the 3 knowns?
Yes, it matched Jackson J. Cooper, and it is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
Stain 27, did you test that for the presence of blood?
Yes, it was positive.
And did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
And what were the results of that DNA profile being compared to the 3 knowns?
It also matched Jackson J. Cooper and is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
And finally, stain 28, did you test that for blood?
28, yes, it's positive.
And did you develop a DNA profile?
I did, and it matches Jackson J. Cooper. And it's partial. It was a partial DNA profile. And it is also greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur.
No other questions of this witness?
Attorneys, will you approach? We're going to take a 10-minute recess until 11:40. And follow the deputy out.
We'll be in recess until 11:40. You can step down too.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Whatever's your most comfort.
You're welcome to be there.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Did you get set up with another deputy's phone going off on that floor? That wasn't your phone. I knew it. I knew it. They left it in there.
Set up.
Yeah, because I was like looking around, like, whose phone is that? And then I also hear the drawer buzzing, like,
Yeah,
and
not,
I'm-
not cool.
I'm looking up something on my phone and I'm like, not it. Not you. We talk about it in the interview. Yeah, that's what I wrote.
You don't need to ask him. Just that. Just that it,
Decided on team steak and piece of town.
Is that every question?
Yeah, because steaks every week. Oh, no.
Yeah. Looks like a place you've always got to get.
Yeah.
You know, have you ever gone there and not gotten a steak?
That's what we're going back with different people in a couple weeks. I think I am going to do the veal tom.
All right.
I mean, no, not. I mean, when people say that there's not a difference in steaks that you buy at different places, they don't. They're New York. I don't know where it came from, but
Oh, yeah. You read it from Frank too.
then I'm going right back into the normal business.
So,
I did.
gotcha. He was there. You know, like,
And some of them will be my cases, but I gotta read them all. Gotta put them in the window. It's fine. This is the easy part. It's getting here.
there you go. Okay, so I'm kind of coming up.
City?
Yeah. Great. We are going to try. We have a very early flight Thursday morning. So we're going to take a from the station. Try to catch it. You know, maybe, maybe not. Right, just.
But for scheduling purposes, I'm going to go ahead and cut Dr. Utz loose for lunch. What time should he be back?
1:30, I'm guessing. Yeah, 1:30. I think that's good, safe. And state, for scheduling purposes, are you thinking you'll be finished tomorrow?
Yes. State's case will.
In the morning or in the afternoon, do you know? Do you have a sense of that?
We have Dr. Utz's testimony, we have Detective Sprague's testimony, and then it's about 6 hours worth of the defendant's interview.
Okay. Sounds like tomorrow afternoon then. It's a guess. And I'm just trying to get scheduling idea of where we're at. So it might get to you tomorrow, but definitely Wednesday.
I think the only witness that I've got that we may be calling would not be available till Wednesday morning.
Okay. That's fine. Yep, we might, we'll probably do your opening. I mean, again, depending, it'll either be then or Wednesday morning. And it's 11:40, we can bring the jury back. State, you may call your next witness. Oh, sorry, cross.
Thank you.
Apologize. I knew where we were before the break.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Johnson. So you testified on direct examination that with the testing you conducted, you didn't find the presence of foreign DNA on the neck swabs.
That is correct.
Okay, Q7, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So no foreign DNA on the neck swabs. You did find the presence of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' DNA on David Tronnes' hand under one of the fingernails. That's correct? Sum and substance of the testimony?
Correct.
Isn't it true that there's a number of ways that DNA can be transferred from one person to another?
Yes.
Simply maybe such little contact as holding hands?
Yes.
What about picking somebody up?
Sure.
What about having to drag somebody?
Sure.
What about attempting CPR?
Yes.
You tested a couple of different sheets, a bottom sheet and a top sheet.
Yeah, I think with fitted sheet and a top sheet, yes.
How many stains total on the bottom sheet, the fitted sheet?
there were 19 stains identified.
And of the 19 stains identified, were they all tested?
15 of those stains were tested for blood.
And how do you go about selecting which 15?
Just try to get a representative sample of the staining. So if there's some that are darker than others, I'll test one or two of those as opposed to all of them.
And of the 15 that you tested, how many of them came back positive for the presence of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' blood?
There was 5 stains that were positive for blood. Stain 19, there was a lot of small spots, and so I combined that, and that was positive for blood, and took 5 small spots from there. On Q18.
Are we still on the fitted sheet?
We are.
Okay, great.
Stain, and what was your question? Which ones came back?
How many of the 15 that you tested came back positive for the presence of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Well, stain 2, there was a mixture, and she was included. Stain 6 was a partial male, so she was obviously didn't match that. Stain 11 was a mixture that she was included on. And stains 15 and 17 was just a male single source profile, so obviously she was not in that.
So of the 15, you found her to be present in 2 of the stains as a mixture contributor, 2 and 11. Is that what I'm to understand?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's move to the top sheet. How many stains total showed the presumptive presence of blood?
7. As far as tested for DNA or for blood?
For DNA?
For DNA. Believe all 7 were.
And of the 7, how many came back either including or exclusively to Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Just go through them real quick. Stain 5 was from a male. Stain 9 was from another male. Stain 18, she was excluded. Stain 19, from a male. Stains 23 and 27 are also from a male. And stain 28 was also from a male.
So were any of the stains you tested attributed to Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
No.
So 0 of 7.
Correct.
DNA can come from skin cells?
Yes.
Blood?
Yes.
Semen?
Yes.
And when you're testing these blood stains, can they distinguish from menstrual blood to non-menstrual blood?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned the absence of male DNA in the vaginal and anal swabs. Male DNA doesn't last forever?
It does not.
It doesn't mean that there was no sexual intercourse in the previous few days?
We usually use 5 days as a range.
Okay. What about the use of a condom? Would that affect
Yes, it would.
results? What if during the course of intercourse the male didn't ejaculate? Would that affect your results?
Yes, it would.
A moment.
May?
Nothing further for the witness.
Thank you. Any redirect?
You were asked about the neck swabs on cross-examination.
Yes.
If it is shown through other evidence that an external force had been used upon her neck, but yet there's no foreign DNA, are there explanations for that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Just using no more than common sense, because I'm not an expert in that aspect.
Let me tie it into DNA expert comments.
Sure.
Could foreign DNA be washed away?
Yes.
Does water wash foreign DNA away, or do you need to have chemicals?
No, water would wash it away.
If there was an intermediary, such as a mattress padding or a towel, between the external force on somebody's neck and the person imposing the external force, would you expect to see that person's DNA on the neck?
Definitely would, the lack of contact would affect it not being there.
Okay. No other questions?
Thank you. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
None at all.
You may step down. You are excused. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of an early lunch, and we will be in recess until 1:30. If you can, try to make sure you're back again a little bit early so we can start on time this afternoon. And you can follow the deputy out. State, anything further prior to recess?
Nothing from the state.
Defense, anything further prior to recess? We'll be in recess until 1:30.
No, I'll dispose of it. Particularly the one about Sean Johnson. I used to think he was a hot. I would get all flustered when I had to do a direct. He was just the cutest thing ever.
It's cold front was nice break. I'm sure you.
Sure, it's going to be colder in the morning.
You could have used the thermal this morning, huh? Yeah, I was like, you don't know. It's Florida blood. Wings. Anything you need?
No. So. It's weird.
That one in the car. No, I don't guess it's not the something more.
I'm going to go down and get my tea from the from security.
a day.
I never drink it.
Anywhere else?
Yeah.
That's fine. Maybe. It is a settled stomach thing, I suppose. But I'm just not a soda drinker, but I can't drink water. It nauseates me. So sparkling water I can get away with, but they get so flat so quickly. Still petty. Yeah, none of that would happen outside of your presence. Yeah, like it'll have all be on the record. Cross.
Maybe tomorrow.
Exactly. Oh, the instruction. Yeah. Michael, do you guys have like 2.9? Look it up. 2.8. 2.8, probably.
Oh. I didn't know that.
I've got this. Same.
2.2 for redaction.
Is that,
I think 2.2 is about redacted videos.
okay.
I'll send it.
Yeah.
Seated. Good afternoon. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Funds ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
We can bring them out. It's almost a 9A instead. It's almost a 9A instead. Oh, this is going to come. Went up there, went back to the head. Yeah, that one's working. This is why I almost got stuck over there. I was up there a minute before. I was like, oops. It was working on Friday. This one was. I mean, it was getting part of it, but by the end of the day, it was working.
It's actually cold walking back in.
Oh. Should not be my fault. Oh, one flight. Oh, yeah. I always come up for one flight. I never take the other for one flight. But not 9 flights. I can do 2. That's it. And state you may call your next witness.
Gary Utz.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You please state your first and last name for the record.
Gary D. Utz.
May it please the court.
May proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Where do you work?
I am self-employed now. When I lived here in Orlando, I was employed at the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office.
And what time frame did you work at the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office?
From April of 2008 until August of 2020.
And what role did you serve there, or roles?
I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
And tell us about your undergraduate and your medical school training.
So I have all of my education and training from the University of Cincinnati in Cincinnati, Ohio. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology, a Doctor of Medicine degree, 5 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology, followed by a year of specialized training in surgical pathology, followed by a year of training in forensic pathology. I have been certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I'm currently licensed to practice medicine in Ohio and Florida.
And can you tell the jury what pathology is and then those subspecialties that you also mentioned?
Yes. So pathology in its simplest form is simply the study of disease. Pathologists are physicians who are usually employed by hospitals. Clinical pathologists oversee laboratory testing, analysis of blood and body fluids. Anatomic pathologists make diagnoses based on tissue samples and sometimes autopsies. There's a subspecialty of anatomic pathology called forensic pathology, which deals with the investigation of death.
And at the medical examiner's office, did you perform autopsies?
Yes,
And do you continue to perform autopsies up in Ohio?
I do.
Approximately how many times have you conducted an autopsy?
Well, I have personally performed over 7,000 autopsies and been involved personally in death investigations for a total of probably 10 or 11,000 individuals.
And did you perform an autopsy on somebody identified to you as Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, could we reread the stipulation to the identity of the deceased?
It was filed. And if you remember, at the very beginning of the trial, I read you a stipulation, and I told you at that time that certain facts, if they're stipulated to by the parties, the facts must be accepted as true by the jury. The amount of weight you put in the facts, that's up to each one of you individually. However, a stipulation, again, if it's agreed by all the parties, it's to be accepted as true. The Assistant State Attorney, Michael Joseph Smith, and Defendant David Tronnes, as well as his lawyer, Richard Zielinski, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Shanti M. Cooper-Tronnes.
May I approach the witness with BR for identification, which is partially in evidence as states 68?
You may.
Is the autopsy process documented with photography?
It is.
Do you recognize image 66 on this exhibit?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
That is the deceased Shanti Cooper-Tronnes as she presents in our morgue after she's been placed in the body bag and transported to our facility.
Your Honor, this time the state will move with the rest of the images into evidence on states 68.
Without objection, that's 79.
And is the entire external and internal autopsy process documented with photography?
Well, there are some aspects of the internal examination that may not be documented, but pertinent findings are documented photographically.
And can you just tell the jury about the medical examiner's office and their jurisdiction and role in the criminal justice system?
Yes. So the medical examiner in the state of Florida is charged with investigating deaths that are due to violence. That is something that is not a natural disease process. And also, in that regard, investigating deaths that are sometimes due to natural disease processes because we just don't know. So an individual is found deceased, has no medical history, they may be injured, they may not, they will come to the office and they will be generally autopsied to determine the cause of death.
And have you ever given opinion testimony before about cause and manner of death?
Yes, several hundred times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in these areas?
No.
So just explain to the jury, did you go out to the scene where these remains of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes were collected?
I did not. The office sends an investigator. These are individuals who are trained to investigate scenes, and they serve as the eyes of the pathologists, if you will. And in this case, one of our individuals was sent to the scene twice, I believe, in this case, to examine the body and to secure the body and make sure that the body was transported back to our facility intact.
Do investigators from the medical examiner's office document their findings with photography?
They do.
Is that in part what you rely on when determining the ultimate cause and manner of death?
Yes, frequently it is.
And what other sorts of information in this case did you rely on besides the photography taken by the investigator and your findings during the autopsy, if anything?
Well, there would have been conversations, multiple conversations with law enforcement. They may ask me particular questions, give me background information, ask me specific questions related to their questioning of the defendant or other people. And in this case, I don't know that I needed any of that information to come to a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death.
Do detectives frequently witness the autopsies that you all perform over there?
Yes, they often do. I don't recall in this case if they actually attended the autopsy. I know we spoke afterwards. I'm not sure if they actually were present at the time.
What sort of process, if any, does the body or the remains go through prior to being presented to you after it has arrived at the medical examiner's office?
Well, the first thing we have is we have the story from whoever found the body, law enforcement, and then we have the photographic images of this death scene from our investigator, as well as the background information that the investigator may get, primarily from law enforcement or sometimes other family members. Then the body is transported to our facility, where there will be an initial determination as to whether or not there needs to be any type of special procedures performed. I believe in this case there was a request from law enforcement to obtain swabs for DNA analysis from the hands and the neck, which we did perform. At that point, the body is then removed from the body bag, photographed. At the scene, the investigator will have placed paper bags on the feet and the hands to preserve evidence, and those will be carefully opened. The hands will be inspected. Swabs are then obtained. Then the body will be photographed as is, and at some point, the body needs to be cleaned so that we can tell the difference between a smear of blood and an actual injury. After the body has been cleaned, we'll obtain a new set of photographs of almost all of the body surfaces, paying particular attention to those areas of injury or apparent injury or anything else unusual, tattoos, scars, things like that. The body has at that time already been weighed and measured. And then the autopsy will commence. Personally, I perform the autopsy the same way in just about every case, irrespective of the nature of the case, which involves then a removal of the organs, paying particular attention to any evidence of injury or disease. From those organs, individual sections are retained for future reference. Blood and body fluids are obtained for toxicological analysis. At that point, usually in cases of a traumatic death, the cause of death is apparent by that time. If not, there may be other tests, studies that are performed. Then the procedure will be documented. The protocol will be completed. My report will be typed. I'll review it and subsequently sign it.
Your Honor, permission to publish states 68.
You may.
Is the monitor on in front of you, Doctor? Well, there's nothing.
It is.
Image 66. What are we looking at here?
So this is the decedent, and this is right after the bag has been opened, and there's smeared blood on the decedent that was probably it probably didn't look like this at the scene, which is one of the reasons we take the scene photographs.
Does the medical examiner's office have its own case numbering system?
We do, and you can see that it is indicated on there as case number 18-0726.
Is the medical examiner's office a law enforcement agency?
No,
But you work with law enforcement agencies on many of these cases?
yes,
And is the date recorded on the date the autopsy is performed?
it is.
Image 71, what are we looking at here?
So we can see here the decedent's left hand, and you'll notice that there is a paper underneath that hand, and that is the cut paper bag, which was placed on her hands at the scene by our investigator.
72, what are we looking at?
That's the back or dorsal surface of the left hand.
Are there any signs of injury or trauma that you took note of?
There may be a small mark there on the anterior wrist, or I'm sorry, the posterior wrist, the dorsal wrist. Yes, right there.
73?
Same hand now. We're looking at the lateral aspect of the left hand.
Any signs of injury or trauma?
That same mark appears to be there on the wrist.
74?
Now we're looking at the medial or toward the midline aspect of the hand, and I don't see anything there. I see some wrinkling of the skin that's associated with being placed in the paper bag.
And why is it important in these types of cases to document a decedent's hands?
Well, there's frequently questions that come up about about the hands. It's just a good policy. You don't know at the time that you're starting the autopsy sometimes what questions may be asked. And often when people are killed, there will be a struggle, and they will have some marks on their hands that could be important.
75?
Now we're looking at the palmar aspect of the left hand.
Any signs of injury or trauma?
I don't see anything there.
76?
Now we're looking at the right hand with the opened paper bag.
77?
Now we see that same right hand, and we see a sort of a vague rectangular mark at the base of the thumb and the index finger, and that's a slight abrasion. And then we see a more well-developed drying abrasion on the wrist.
What is an abrasion?
An abrasion is simply a superficial skin injury, like a skinned knee. That is an example of an abrasion.
Would some of us call it a scrape?
Yes.
78?
Again, we see that ill-defined area of abrasion on the back of the right hand. I don't see, and it might be a small mark below that. I don't see anything else.
79?
Now we're looking at the medial aspect of the right hand without any. Looks like there might be a small contusion on the surface of the wrist there, the upper surface in the photograph. Yes.
The arrow is?
Correct.
What is a contusion?
A contusion is a bruise. It is simply a rupture of blood vessels under the surface of the skin, and they will often present as a bluish, purplish, sometimes green or yellow color through the skin.
And does the color of a bruise or contusion change or evolve during the healing process?
It does.
Image 80?
Now we're looking at the palm of the right hand.
Is there any sign of injury or trauma?
I believe not.
82?
Now we're looking at both feet. Again, they had been placed in paper bags. The bags have been cut open, and we're looking at the feet now.
83, what are we looking at?
Now we are looking at the face of the decedent after the skin has been cleaned, and we can see there's several things that we can see here. First of all, we can see that the left eye, both the upper and lower eyelid, are darkened. They're swollen, so she has hemorrhage under the skin of the left upper and lower eyelids.
What is a hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage is bleeding. She also has over the cheekbone, there's a dark spot that you can see that is actually a laceration. A laceration is a blunt injury of the skin or any other organ, which results in tearing of the skin. It's not caused by a sharp instrument. And that actually goes down to the bone. Didn't appear to be any fracture there. Then you can also see that there's some swelling associated with that injury on the left side of the face. She also has a number, if you look at the facial skin, she's got some small dots, dark red dots on the skin surface. Those are petechial hemorrhages. Those are small, very small hemorrhages that occur on the skin, primarily in the face, the eyelids, or in the clear lining of our eyes.
And what sorts of things causes petechial hemorrhaging?
Well, they can be seen in a lot of cases of traumatic and natural deaths. They're most commonly associated with deaths associated with strangulation or compression of the torso. And although they can occur in many circumstances, it's a matter of degree. So usually in a case of strangulation, and they are present in the vast majority of cases of strangulation, you will see quite a few petechial hemorrhages. Whereas in cases of people that die from heart disease or whatever, some other type of trauma, they can have scattered petechial hemorrhages, but usually not to the same extent that you see in a person who has been strangled.
What causes the swelling of tissue when it's been injured?
Well, when the tissue is injured, there's actually a leakage of fluid from the vasculature, and that's what causes the swelling.
And is that process the same in somebody who is alive versus somebody who is deceased?
No, we wouldn't expect to see swelling once the person no longer has a heartbeat.
So turning back to this photograph, the injury involving the left eye and the eyelids, does that seem to be indicative of pre-death because of the swelling?
The swelling and the coloration. I mean, there can be circumstances, for instance, if I were to autopsy a person who didn't have dark swollen eyelids like that and turn them over on the autopsy table and leave them like that for a day, they could develop something that looks similar to this.
This sort of blunt force trauma that we see in this image, is that consistent with a punch from a human being?
It could be. It could be a fall. It could be any number of things. Any number of injuries can cause this type of appearance.
And the injury on the cheek, is that also consistent with a punch from a human being who might have been wearing a ring on one of his or her fingers?
Yes.
And you said that injury went down to the bone?
It did.
Is that the sort of injury that would have required stitches or sutures if she had survived the attack?
I think most likely, yes.
An injury like that, would it bleed a lot?
In general, yes, injuries to the head, because there's such a rich vascular supply, a lot of blood vessels in the head, it tends to bleed quite a bit.
84, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at now the head and the torso. You can see there that there's a small bruise above the right breast. There's another one over the right collarbone or clavicle. And then you can also see that there's, even in this picture, you can see on the top of the right shoulder, there's a bruise, and on the right upper arm, there's bruising. And then you can also see there's a dark area on the right side of the neck, an abrasion.
What are we looking at in 85?
Now we're looking at the lower torso. And here we can see most prominently over the superior aspects, the upper aspects of both knees, there's a abrasions there. So as I mentioned earlier, the skinned knee, the difference here is that when you fall and skin your knee, the abrasion is actually a little bit below the midline of the knee. In this case, these abrasions are above the midline of the knee. So that leads me to believe that these were most likely caused by dragging the individual in a face-down position.
Is there anything you can say about these injuries above the knees in relation to time of death?
No, they appear to be, they appear to have occurred either right before or right after the death. They appear to be the same age as the other injuries that I've seen here.
86?
Now we see the knees again with the rest of the legs, and I don't believe there are any other injuries there.
87.
So now we're looking at the left side of her face, and we again see in better detail that injury over her cheekbone, and you can see that it is, I think you can appreciate from that picture that it is deep. It completely goes through the skin surface down to the bone, the zygomatic arch, which is the portion of our skull that forms the cheekbone. In this picture, you can also see that she's got an injury to her ear. Back here, you can see that there's dark red area of her ear. That's an abrasion.
88?
Now, this is a close-up of that injury in the cheekbone area. And so now we can see that not only is the skin split there, but you can see that there's a surrounding abrasion, which is termed an impact abrasion. So this is an example of a blunt impact injury which caused a laceration of the skin and a surrounding abrasion.
89?
That's a close-up of that abrasion on the left ear.
90?
Now we see the right side of her face, and she's got a couple of things going on here. Number one, you can still see a lot of those small dots, those petechial hemorrhages on the skin. You can also see now that on her right cheekbone, just below it, she's got some discoloration there. That's a bruise. And then also she's got at the angle of the jaw, the mandible here, in this location, she's got another area of bruising. And then you can also now see that more prominently, you can see that area of abrasion on the anterior neck.
What's the actual physical mechanism that causes petechial hemorrhaging? What's going on with the blood vessels?
Well, so the blood vessels, in the case of strangulation, we have a compression of the neck, compression of the vasculature. It's very difficult to compress the carotid arteries, which are the major blood supply to the head. However, it's relatively easy to compress the jugular veins. So in cases of strangulation, often what occurs is the blood can still get into the head through the carotid arteries with some force, but it can't drain. And under that pressure of the blood continuing to be pumped into the head, but being unable to drain, the small blood vessels burst and produce the petechial hemorrhage.
Image 91?
Again, we see that contusion around the chin, most prominent on the right. There's a little bit on the left. And now we can also see that there are those petechial hemorrhages. They have, they appear to be present above a certain line of the neck and not below it. Again, we can also see that linear abrasion on the right side of the neck.
92?
So now we're looking down at the top of her right shoulder, and we can see, again, the same types of injuries. There's some abrasions there. They seem to be completely surrounded by an area of bruising.
And what are the sorts of things that cause abrasions surrounded by contusions or scrapes surrounded by bruises like that?
Well, any blunt trauma can produce this picture. You see these kinds of things in cases of strangulation because it's either the attacker or the victim. In the case of the victim, it would be them trying to remove or move the hand or the arm or the ligature. In the case of the attacker, it's usually the fact that the victim is fighting back, struggling, and there's some pressure put on a part of the body, either by something in the person's hand or by their own fingernails or something else.
You mentioned the word ligature. Can you spell that for Madam Court Reporter and then tell us what you're talking about?
Ligature. A ligature is like a rope or a cord that is frequently used in strangulation or hangings.
93.
A close-up now of that shoulder. Again, you can see the fairly clearly defined 3 separate areas of abrasion, but the area of contusion surrounding it is less defined, and that's typical of a contusion.
And these 3 separate areas, is that consistent with fingers?
It could be. I mean, I couldn't rule out something else. It's a nonspecific injury, but it certainly could be.
What are we looking at in image 94?
She has a small bruise above her right breast.
And are there any injuries on her right arm that we can see?
Yes, we can see that small area of abrasion again, and then there's some ill-defined area of bruising on her right forearm. And then we can also see just at the bottom left of the black square, we can see some areas of bruising in her right upper arm.
Are the injuries on her right arm consistent, among other things, but consistent with forceful grabbing?
Yes.
95?
That's a better view of her right upper arm, showing the injury on the shoulder. And then we can see several areas of bruising on the front and sides of her right upper arm.
96?
A close-up of that contusion on the right upper arm.
98?
Now we see some contusions of the right forearm as well as that abrasion over the right wrist.
Do any of these contusions on the forearm almost appear linear?
They do, and those are the types of injuries that you would see if a person were grabbed by the arm.
Linear is, that was my fault using that word. Straight line-ish?
Yes.
99?
A close-up of that. You can see how sometimes when you get closer to the bruise, it seems even less well-defined, and that's just the nature of the injury.
And again, these sorts of things that we're looking at, is that something that is indicative of pre-death injuries?
Yes.
100? What are we looking at here?
We're looking at that area of abrasion. Again, that's a superficial injury of the skin, and it's dried. It's dark red. You can produce abrasions in individuals after death. They tend to have more of an orange-yellow appearance than this.
101?
Again, the right hand showing that pretty well-defined abrasion and some contusions on the back of the right wrist, and then also at the base of the thumb and the index finger, we see that sort of triangularly shaped. I think it's actually a very superficial abrasion.
Among other things, are those contusions or bruises around her wrist consistent with fingertips?
It could be, yes.
102?
A close-up of that triangular area of superficial abrasion on the right hand.
103?
Now we have the palm of the right hand, and I don't see any injuries there. She does have some sort of bluish discoloration of this part of her hand, which is something that I see in a lot of people who are deceased that have no trauma whatsoever. So I'm not saying that it it could be an injury, but I think it probably isn't given the location of it.
104?
So now we're looking, I think, at the palmar aspect, and now we have a little bit more in that area, not just in this area at the base of the thumb, but moving on to the rest of the hand. So I believe that that is most likely an injury there.
105?
Now, what we're doing there is we're pulling up the upper lip to expose the inside of the lip. So the outside of our lip is like skin. The inside is not. It's a what we call a mucosal lining, and you can see that she has that dark, deep purplish coloration there. Those are contusions, and if you look over on the left side of her cheek, you can see that it's much darker red there, and that's actually, there might even be some adherent blood clot in that photo. It's hard to tell, but she does have quite a pronounced area of laceration, again, a tearing of the skin in the inside of the left cheek.
Is that consistent with blunt force trauma being applied to the outside of her mouth?
Yes, it's the kind of injury that you frequently see in an individual who's been punched, but it could be due to some other blunt impact injury, or it could even be due to, an individual's face being driven against a hard object.
106?
Same view, but now it's the lower lip showing that we have the same type of contusion, and these injuries, these bruises are caused when the rather soft part of the lip is pushed against the hard teeth, producing an injury.
And did she in fact have a cracked molar?
She did. I believe it was tooth number 2, the right second upper molar was cracked. Now, I don't know when that occurred. That could have happened prior to the rest of the injuries.
And so number 1 would be your backmost molar, and then
Yes.
number 2 is the second one in?
Correct.
107?
So now we have a better view of the inside of her left cheek, and there's not much in that picture that's normal. Perhaps the very bottom of that, where I believe that's most likely my finger there, pulling her cheek open. The rest of it is lacerated and contused.
108?
Now we're looking at the right side. Not a great picture, but we can see that there's a similar process going on the right, but not to the same extent as we saw on the left.
109?
Now we have a small area of abrasion over the left hip, and I don't know if we can see much in the way of contusion on her arm there. Difficult for me to see from that photo. And then there looks like there's a small abrasion on her left side of her chest below the breast.
110?
These are the contusion on the forearm. Again, at the close-up, it seems to almost blend in with the rest of the skin.
111?
We can see a very small area of contusion on the back of her left wrist, and perhaps some contusion on the back of the hand, also at the base of the index finger.
112?
That's the base of the index finger, and we can see that the crease that you see there, the indentation, that's due to a wrinkle in the paper of the bag. That's not an injury itself, but you can see that there is a bruise there, an area of darkened purplish discoloration.
113?
Now we see an area at the costal margin, that is the margin between the rib and the abdomen on the left, and we see an area of bruising there.
Where the pointer is?
That's correct.
114?
Now we see a better image depicting the bruise that is above her right breast.
117.
And then very small areas of bruising above her left breast.
119.
That's the area of bruising, and then you can see centrally, there's very, very small pinpoint areas of abrasion and centrally located within that bruise.
Consistent with blunt force trauma.
Yes.
120.
Now we're looking again at that left costal margin between the rib and the abdomen. We can see that there's a small area of abrasion there.
123.
And now we're looking at those areas of abrasions on the front aspect of her knees.
124.
A close-up showing the area of abrasion, and you'll notice centrally it seems to be confluent. It's all the same color. And but as we get out to the edges of it, it appears to have more of a pinpoint type of pattern, and that's due to the you see how the surface of the skin there is not completely smooth. Each hair follicle has a small muscle associated with it, and it causes the flesh to be raised there, goose flesh or goose pimples that occurs even when we're dead. And what happens is when you drag the surface of that skin, it's the areas that are most prominently raised. They're the first areas that are going to be abraded. And so centrally, it doesn't matter. It's all abraded there. But as we get out to the edges of that, only the areas that were raised now appear injured, and the rest of the intervening skin is normal.
126.
Just another photo showing the abrasion over the knees.
127.
And again, probably better demonstrated than this picture than in the previous. You can see how, as we get to the periphery, that the area of injury is limited now only to those raised areas of the flesh.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about the center-ish area of the lower left abrasion that's darker colored than the rest of it?
It's just an area that was subjected to more pressure and bled a little bit more than the surrounding area.
129, just with scale?
Same area of abrasion.
What are we looking at here in 132?
Okay, so now this is a good picture of her anterior neck, the front of her neck. And so we see again on the right side of her neck, there's that area of abrasion, which in some of the pictures looked like a straight line. But in this picture, you can see it's not really a straight line. And then in addition to that, you'll see these small areas of abrasion, and then you'll see a number of these petechial hemorrhages. There's also just to the left of the midline, you can see there's a fairly well-formed contusion there. And then on both sides of her jaw now, you can appreciate in this picture that she has these sort of reddish, purplish contusions on both sides of her jaw.
These injuries taken together, are they indicative of anything to you?
Well, at this point, not having done the internal exam, but seeing what I saw now, I think any forensic pathologist with even a minimal experience would say this is probably strangulation.
133.
So now we're seeing, with the ruler in place, we're seeing those small areas of petechial hemorrhage and abrasion, and at the top of the ruler there, you can see the area of bruising on the jawline.
134.
Same thing, we're looking now and we see areas of abrasion, we see the contusion, we see the injury to the left cheekbone, and also the injury to the left ear. And notice in this picture how it's not just that area of abrasion on the ear. I'll demonstrate it on my right. It's not just that area of abrasion here, but the whole top half of her ear is discolored. That is also a contusion.
Indicative of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
135.
Now we can see pretty clearly here the small pinpoint hemorrhages, the petechial hemorrhages spread over the face, the skin of the face and the upper neck. Seems to stop at a line about midway in the neck. which is often seen in cases of strangulation. And then we also see that area of contusion, more well-developed and visible on the jawline than it is on the left side of the neck, but that is also an area of injury.
136?
So now we're looking at the left ear, and then it's been folded forward, and we see two injuries here. One is the crescent-shaped injury between where the ear attaches to the scalp, and that is again a blunt force injury. That's a tearing of the ear. You could just imagine if more force were applied, it might just loosen the entire ear. And then below it is another relatively superficial laceration. It's going through the top layer of the skin and into the subcutaneous tissue, the tissue below the skin, into the soft tissue. You can see a little bit of adipose or fat tissue in there, and the rest of it is mostly muscle.
Is anything that we see here consistent with her having worn kind of a stud earring, which had the pointy part still poking out and then the back clasp?
That could be one of the reasons that we see that injury, the lower injury, the one more to the left. I doubt that it explains the tear, the crescent-shaped tear.
So the injury to the left in this image could be explained by an earring such as I described, but the crescent tear on the right is not.
Correct.
Just a scale in 137?
Yes, a close-up, and again, now you can see a little bit better that there's a bruising involving the ear itself, as well as the lacerations, which we talked about earlier.
Is there any sort of injury going on in the top of this image on this part of her ear as well?
Yes, that looks like another area of abrasion, probably related to the other larger underlying, more square-shaped area of disruption.
138?
Now we see again that sort of linear, sort of not linear area of abrasion on the right side of the neck, and also the associated petechial hemorrhages.
139?
Yeah, that's a close-up of that area, and you can see that in a close-up, it's not really a line now. It's probably a number of different scrapes. I mean, given what I know about the case and the conclusion that I came to, I would say that it most likely represents it's either the attacker's, something in the attacker's hand pressing against the neck skin, or the victim, the decedent's, attempts to remove the attacker's hand from the neck.
140?
Now we're looking at the back of the left hand. I don't see much in there on the wrist. There looks like there's a little pinpoint area of abrasion.
141?
Left hand again from the lateral aspect. I don't see much in that picture.
Then 142.
Now the left hand from the side and the palm, and again, they don't show much in the way of injury, but you can see from this photo and the other ones that the fingernails of the decedent are robust, they're long, and they're easily capable of producing abrasions on the skin of the neck.
And we've seen 144 pre-cleanup. Anything different about this one?
No.
Same for 145?
Correct.
Or same for 146?
Yes.
And 147?
Yes.
What are we looking at in 148?
So we spoke earlier, we're looking at her right eye, and there's a forceps instrument there that's opening the lid. So remember, the right eye is the one that's the less injured of the two. And what we see here is toward the bottom of the photo, the lower lid, you'll see there's what looks like blood, and it is. That's what that is. That is a confluent area of hemorrhage. Sometimes you will have the petechial hemorrhages, and they will be discrete, small dots. Sometimes those dots sort of run together, and then sometimes you get just frank scleral hemorrhage. Right, the sclera is the white part of the eye. You'll just get hemorrhage within that membrane. It's still contained there. You couldn't wash that away. It would be contained by the conjunctival membrane, that transparent membrane that covers the surfaces of our eyes and eyelids. But again, that is something that you'll see in an individual who has been strangled.
149.
Now, we see not only that area of dark hemorrhage, but now we see the small dots, the more classic appearance of the petechial hemorrhages.
150.
Now we're looking at the upper lid on the, I believe that's the left eye now, and we can see that there's the same type of process here. There's a diffuse area of hemorrhage within the sclera and the conjunctiva. You can also appreciate in this picture that the iris and the pupil in that photo, they're not as clear as I might expect them to be. It looks a little bit cloudy, and that's something that happens in the postmortem interval. That's something that I would expect to see happen in a body that is not fresh, shall we say.
And so that's a relative term, fresh. And I know from previous conversations with you, you'll say every person is uniquely different, but is there any sort of time frame we're looking at when you start to see this?
Well, it's not predictable. So in other words, I can autopsy someone that I know has been dead for a couple of days, and their eyes don't appear cloudy, and then I can have another individual who maybe is dead 24 hours or less, and they can look cloudy. So it's these are what we call soft findings. They're indications. So in other words, if I see a person and their eyes are cloudy and I get the story that, well, they were just alive 2 hours ago, I'm starting to doubt that, but I don't know that I could completely rule it out.
151.
And now we're looking again at the left eye and the lower eyelid, and we can see some of those petechial hemorrhages now a little bit more prominent, but they're not as, they're still identifiable as separate dots of hemorrhage.
152.
Now we're just elevating the eyelid there, and I don't see any petechial hemorrhages in that area.
153.
Now we can see we sort of, we are everting the eyelid, sort of turning it inside out. There's some very small petechial hemorrhages there in the lower portion of the picture, and then laterally to the side, you can see that area of contained, confluent dark red hemorrhage.
173, what are we looking at here?
Well, now we're looking at the side of her head. So during the course of the autopsy, we need to expose the skull so that we can cut the bone of the skull and examine the brain. That is accomplished by making an incision from behind one ear right over the top of the head to a point behind the opposite ear. The scalp then is reflected or sort of stretched over. So the front part of the scalp will be pulled down over the forehead. The back part of the scalp will be pulled down over the back of the head. In that photo, what you were looking at is now the left side of her head after the scalp has been reflected.
And did we see any bleeding or hemorrhaging there?
It's diffusely hemorrhagic.
And what does that mean?
It's all hemorrhage there.
Were there any fractures to her skull?
There were. So she had some fractures on the left side of her head, the temporal bone, which is a relatively thin bone of the skull. And that was not just a linear fracture, that was a complex fracture that involved small particles of the bone, sort of called a comminuted fracture. and that fracture extended up the side of her head, and also it went down into the base of the skull.
And was that consistent with the external findings that you saw of injury to her ear and that part of her head?
Yes.
Were there any other fractures to her head?
There were fractures that extended from that general area to what we call the orbital plate. So there's a thin plate of bone that sits over our eyes, and that was fractured on the left, and that's why she had that such pronounced hemorrhage in her left upper and lower eyelids.
Is that consistent with being struck by an adult male?
It is.
Let's talk about her neck. When you did the internal portion of the autopsy of her neck, did you see anything further that we have not discussed?
Yeah, so at this point, you know, I'm fairly confident that this appears to be a strangulation. So now I will pay particular attention to the muscles and the subcutaneous, the tissue just below the skin of the neck. And I will dissect those muscles individually, and then I will look for areas of injury which are classically associated with strangulation. And I find most of those in this case. So there is most famously, I think, is the hyoid bone, which most people associate with strangulation. It's actually not the most commonly injured structure in the neck in strangulation, but it is one of them. And in this case, that U-shaped bone gets, when a person is strangled, that bone is pressed against the spinal column of the neck, which is unyielding. It's a massive area of bone. And the hyoid bone is relatively very thin and in some cases pliable. And to an extent, it can be bent, but at some point, the tips of it will fracture. Now, I know that this was something that occurred while she was still alive because there was hemorrhage in the soft tissue associated with fractures on both sides. The other structures that are commonly injured are injuries to the thyroid cartilage. And we can all feel the thyroid cartilage. In men, that's the Adam's apple. That's part of the thyroid cartilage. Now, the thyroid cartilage has two horns that come up, and they actually communicate via thin wisps of fibrous tissue with the tips of the hyoid bone. And in this case, both of those horns of the thyroid cartilage were fractured. In addition to that, she also had hemorrhage in the muscles that were overlying the larynx and in the soft tissue that overlies the thyroid gland, which is present on either side of our neck. And those, and she also had some hemorrhage in the thin layer of the cervical spine, the bony part of the neck. She had some hemorrhage into the soft tissue there. So these are all markers of force. These are not injuries that in and of themselves are going to kill a person. They just indicate to me that force has been applied to the neck consistent with strangulation.
What are we looking at here in 185?
So at the time of the autopsy, as I mentioned before, we did obtain swabs from the hands and the neck. And this is the packaging photo to indicate these are the specimens that were obtained. They have the case label on them. That little thing that looks like a seagull is actually my initial. And this indicates that we have head hair, fingernails right and left, and the swabs from the hands and the neck, as well as a blood spot card in that envelope.
And were you requested to also get oral, vaginal, and anal swabs of this victim?
Yes.
And any belongings she had, such as the jewelry she was wearing and her clothes, would have also been packaged up and submitted for collection by law enforcement?
Yes, they were.
All right, we can have the lights, Madam Clerk. Any other external or internal findings relevant to cause and manner of death that we have not discussed yet?
She also had fairly prominent hemorrhage in the back of the tongue, the base of the tongue, and then some less prominent areas of hemorrhage on the sides of the tongue, probably due to interaction with her own teeth. The hemorrhage in the back of the tongue is something that is often seen in cases of strangulation.
Is there some distinguishment? Is there a distinction, there we go, between manual and ligature strangulation to be made?
Yes. So how can we strangle a person? One way you can strangle a person is by using a rope, a cord. That's a ligature. And that produces usually a pretty dramatic, line. Sometimes it's, even deep, right across the neck. It's very similar to what we see most commonly in people who hang themselves, which we see much more commonly than we see individuals who are strangled. You could strangle a person by just using the hands. And those are the cases where we tend to see impressions, small areas of bruising associated with the pressure of the fingertips. You also tend to see more injury to the larynx in those cases. And then you can also, you could strangle a person by using the broad surface of an arm or the crook of the elbow by applying similar pressure to the neck. In some of those cases, there are very few telltale marks that are left because you're dealing with a relatively broad, soft tissue of an arm with the soft tissue of the neck.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the cause of her death?
I believe that the cause of her death is a combination of the strangulation and the blunt head trauma. Strangulation alone, I think, is sufficient to explain the death. She's obviously been strangled. And I think the blunt trauma to the head alone may be sufficient. In this case, I can't say for certain. I know that both the head injury that we saw there, that she was alive for both that and for the strangulation.
Manner of death. What is the 5 different manners of death a forensic pathologist can attribute to a death?
So, as I mentioned earlier, the whole purpose of the autopsy is why the person died, the cause of death, and that's just the physiologic derangement that causes a person no longer to be alive. Blunt head trauma, strangulation, cancer, pneumonia. But in the world of forensic pathology, we're charged not only with identifying the cause of death, but also the circumstances under which the death occurred, the manner of death. And the manners of death are natural disease, accident, suicide, person took their own life, homicide, death as a result of the action of another person, and then sometimes when we can't tell because we simply don't have enough information based on the condition of the remains, or there's 2 equally likely possibilities, say accident versus suicide. And then cases like that, we will use the term undetermined for the manner.
Were you able to decide upon a manner of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' death?
Yes, in this case, the manner of death is homicide.
And why is that?
Because I don't believe that there's any way that this individual would have sustained those injuries as a result of accident. I don't believe that they're consistent with a self-inflicted injury. It's definitely not natural disease, and it is almost classic for strangulation.
Is this consistent with a fall into a bathtub, either striking her head or striking her neck or both somehow?
Well, certainly there could be some component of that. But it doesn't explain the extent and location and quality of those injuries.
And what actually caused her death? What was the mechanism of death or causes?
Well, in strangulation, what we're dealing with here is a type of death that's generally classified as asphyxial or asphyxiation. And there are different types of asphyxial deaths. The bottom line is there's a deficit of oxygen. So in this case, in the case of strangulation, you're compressing the veins of the neck, Blood can't drain from the head, therefore new blood can't get in. The brain is starved of oxygen. It's not only starved of oxygen, it also can't rid itself of the metabolic waste products that are produced constantly while we're alive. So there has to be good circulation to the head at all times. Just a few minutes without that circulation, or even less, can result in loss of consciousness and death.
And to follow up on that, to cause one's death through strangulation, is it anywhere like those movies that depict it being instantaneous?
Well, you know, there aren't many areas in my field where we can resort to experimentation. You know, we can't shoot people, we can't hang people. Not to be facetious about it, but so you end up dealing with the accumulation of the cases that you and your colleagues have done. So there isn't really a. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Is death by strangulation instantaneous, or does it take some amount of time?
So one area which there actually has been some experimentation back during World War II, they used prisoners. They volunteered, really. As part of the war effort, they were having a problem with pilots blacking out. And these researchers developed this contraption that would actually, it was like a blood pressure cuff, but applied to a person's neck. And it would completely block not only the venous return, but it would also block the carotid arteries and even the vertebral arteries, which are small arteries in the back of our necks. So complete loss of blood circulation to the brain. Some of those individuals lost consciousness within 10 to 12 seconds. Now, there's no way another person could efficiently strangle a person that completely. So, and because there's often a struggle during that time, the person doesn't die right away. How long does it take? I really don't know, because I haven't, we haven't done those studies, and we don't know how this person was strangled. We don't know if it occurred with overwhelming force all at once, or it was a little force, and then a little bit more force, and then a little bit less, and then a little bit more. But certainly you could accomplish asphyxiation within a period of minutes. That's, I think, being generous. Now, because we have a lot of people that video and post videos, we see people who have been placed in chokeholds, and some of those people lose consciousness again in a very short period of time, 10, 15 seconds.
External injuries that we saw to her head, you testified earlier that that can produce significant amounts of bleeding?
Yes.
Such that it could saturate a carpet?
Yes.
And the padding underneath the carpet?
Yes.
If that person is there and not moved during this bleeding process?
Correct.
Are all of your opinions offered today offered within a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
No other questions.
Thank you, State. Defense, Cross.
Good afternoon.
Now, you've testified it's your job to determine the cause and the manner of death, correct?
That's correct.
Not the who.
No, that's true.
You indicated that you found it to be blunt force trauma and strangulation. It could be one or the other, correct?
It could be.
What time did you perform this particular autopsy?
9 a.m.
Would that have been likely your first case of the day?
Likely, yes.
9 a.m. on what day?
Let me refer to my report here. That is on the 25th. So she was pronounced in the afternoon of the 24th, and I believe about 4 p.m. And then that's when she was pronounced, not necessarily when she died. And then the autopsy was done the following morning.
And during your direct, you talked about the fact that that the medical examiner's office, they hire investigators to go out to the scene so that you don't have to do that yourself, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, the medical examiner investigator that went to the scene was Ralph Kalachi, correct?
Correct.
As part of his duties, does he prepare a report?
He does.
And what's the purpose of that report?
It's so that I can have a hard copy of what the circumstances surrounding the death are before I do the autopsy.
And how does that help you?
Well, it's so that you know what you're dealing with. Otherwise, you might just rely on a spoken word, and that's not as reliable, especially if you have, 5 or 6 cases that day. So the purpose of the investigative report is to guide us on the initial approach to the examination.
Is it important to your evaluation at all to know the status of the body or the circumstances of the body at the time that it's located?
I think it is. I suppose I have colleagues who would almost prefer not to know and just proceed with the autopsy, but I don't think that's the proper way to examine.
And why is that?
Well, because the autopsy is a medical procedure. It's the last medical procedure that's going to be performed on the deceased. And just like an individual who goes to the doctor with some complaint, you wouldn't go to the doctor if you're having chest pain and then you get there and you don't say anything. It makes a difference. You can't look at everything in every case. So it's important to have the background information. One of the examples I frequently use is a person with a gunshot wound. If you just bring me a body and there's a gunshot wound, you might say, was there a gun present? Because if there's not a gun present, now I'm worried that somebody else shot this person instead of them shooting themselves. So the circumstances are absolutely essential, I think, in the death investigation, and you have to have the circumstances if you're going to make a determination on the manner of death.
And in the report, which is in evidence, this is in evidence as Exhibit 69, medical examiner investigator Ralph Kalachi indicated on that report that rigor is minor. What does that mean?
I don't know. That's not a term that I would use, but I'm assuming that he means it's not full rigor.
Okay.
So when a person, rigor mortis, which occurs, unfortunately, in a varying rate at the time of after death, is just stiffening of the muscles. At some point, the rigor will be either broken manually or will pass naturally. So in this case, I'm interpreting his term minor to mean that it's not full rigor. That could mean that the person just died. You got there within an hour or two. In that case, you should probably notice that the skin is warm still, as opposed to being cold. And if you do find a deceased person and they have just died within that last hour or two, they won't be completely stiff. They will still be rather flexible. Rigor will then proceed. Eventually, they will be in full rigor, and depending on the body habitus, if there's large muscle groups involved, it can be very, very stiff. It can be like a chore, to extend, for instance, the arms or to flex the legs of a person who's in full rigor, and it's almost impossible to open their mouth if they're in full rigor. So after a period of time, the rigor will pass, and you will be able to flex the joints and open the mouth.
When you examined the body on the morning of April 25th, the body was in fixed rigor at that time?
No. In my examination, the rigor I described as passing in the extremities, and remained somewhat fixed in the jaw, but yet I was still able to open the jaw.
And then in Investigator Kalachi's report, he also indicated that the lividity is unfixed. How did you interpret that?
So that is a term that we will use. Livor mortis is another, we call postmortem phenomenon. And when we die, the blood's no longer circulating, so it tends to pool based on gravity. So if you're laying face up, the backside of your body will be dark red, purple. If you were to change the position of the body before the lividity is fixed, it will shift. So you can have a person with lividity on the posterior aspect of the body. They're relatively fresh. You turn them over, and that lividity from the back completely disappears, and now it's all in the front. At some point, you're not going to be able to do that. And one of the ways that we train our investigators to assess that is simply by taking a finger and pressing the area of lividity to see if it blanches. So if you can push that blood, if the blood is still within the blood vessel, if you can push that blood out of that space with your finger, then the lividity is not completely fixed.
And livor mortis starts within maybe 20 to 30 minutes of a person's death?
Yes.
Okay. And does it become fixed for probably 3 to 6 hours?
Well, I mean, that's what you'll find maybe in a textbook, but again, it's one of those phenomena that is highly variable, and I've not found that it's very useful to use the averages and apply them to individual bodies. They're not hard and fast timelines. Again, it's the kind of thing that we use to determine whether or not we should accept the story. Now, I've done autopsies, quite a few autopsies, because somebody who went to a scene says the person doesn't appear to have died when the claimant is stating it, based on the lividity and the rigor mortis. And sometimes sometimes they're right. It's not a good story. And then I think sometimes it is a good story, and we're now just dealing with a person at the extreme, either of early or late onset of rigor or fixed lividity.
Turning to the brain injury. We saw the photograph of the reflected skull. In this particular case, would you agree that it was just a small amount of hemorrhage between the dura and the brain?
Yes, I think I characterized it as 20 milliliters just on one side.
Have you encountered cases where that was enough in and of itself to cause someone's death?
I've seen blunt head impact injuries with no hemorrhage that I believe were the cause of death.
We talked about strangulation and asphyxiation. There's a difference between those two terms, correct?
Strangulation is a type of asphyxiation.
Okay. And asphyxiation, I believe that you characterized it as, I wrote it down, deficit of oxygen to the brain.
Yes.
So there are different types of asphyxiation, correct? Other
Yes.
than strangulation. What are some other types of asphyxiation?
Well, you can have suffocation, right? You can put a person in an enclosed space. You can have a smothering. You can prevent the person from breathing by placing something over their face, their mouth, and their nose. You can have what's called positional asphyxiation, where you end up in a position, say you're hunched over or you're compressed between two different objects, and you can no longer expand your chest to breathe.
For an object?
Drowning is a type of asphyxiation.
For an object? Choking?
Choking, yes, choking now to us, to forensic pathologists, means airway obstruction, not, grabbing a person by the neck. Those are, I think, we've gotten most of the common types of asphyxiation.
Fair enough. And when we talk about petechial hemorrhage as a sign of asphyxiation, you would see potentially petechiae or petechial hemorrhage in any of those types of asphyxiation, correct?
Well, there are two schools of thought to that. It was, I think, at one time, the petechial hemorrhages were considered to be a function of the actual oxygen deficit. I don't believe that that's considered to be the case now. I think the petechiae are really the result of the pressure that builds up within the blood vessels. So we don't expect to see petechiae in cases of suffocation or cases of drowning. The most common asphyxial death that we and most other medical examiners would see would be hanging. And rarely do you see petechial hemorrhages in hanging. I don't know if I can use the word rare, but it's probably less than 5%.
You mentioned positional asphyxiation. That would potentially cause petechiae, correct?
Yes, it does. So sometimes it gets confusing whether you're talking about positional asphyxiation versus a traumatic asphyxiation, whereas you're having like a heavy object laying on your torso and you can't breathe. It's putting pressure on your torso. Things like that frequently occur in automobile accidents when there's entrapment. In those cases, you do sometimes see petechial hemorrhages.
What about as far as positional asphyxiation? I had a really hard time with the word asphyxiation on yesterday or Friday, whatever our last day was here. So I apologize in advance if I can't get through that word. But when you talk about positional asphyxiation, I think you talked just now about compression of the chest, where there's an object resting on the chest. Is it also consistent with the body being in a particular position or posture where the blood can't flow or where the air can't flow?
Yes, it can be, and these are circumstances that you often see in a person that's intoxicated with, alcohol or some other substance, and they might just fall between their bed and the wall, and they, are too intoxicated to save themselves, and they get wedged tighter and tighter. You can also see deaths like that in babies, who are not strong enough to free themselves from in wedging or entrapment.
Turning to your example of the intoxicated person, what if they fell and hit their head on the toilet and then maybe slumped over a bathtub? Could that create a positional asphyxiation if the edge of the bathtub were compressing their jugular or carotid artery or both?
I suppose it would be hard to get that kind of a pressure just based on the weight of it's mostly going to be your head. I guess there would be some contribution of the weight of your torso. I wouldn't completely rule it out.
You talked about blunt force trauma quite a bit as being your opinion of how a lot of the lacerations or abrasions were caused to the face. Through the questioning, the direct examination with the prosecutor, you talked about punching someone with a fist. There are other types of blunt force trauma, though, correct?
Yes.
So blunt force trauma is opposed to sharp force trauma?
Yes.
So sharp force trauma would be a stabbing, something with a sharp object?
Yes.
Blunt force trauma would be anything else that's not sharp.
A blunt object.
So it could be the floor?
Could be the floor.
Could be a wall?
Yes.
Could be a shelf?
Yes.
Could be a sink?
Yes.
Could be a toilet?
Yes.
Could be a weapon of some type that's not sharp, correct?
Yes.
Can you rule out any of those in terms of the injuries that you saw?
Well, not for each individual injuries, but taking the totality of the injuries, I don't find a compelling explanation for those injuries.
Could a person strike their head on one location, hit something on the way down, and then hit the floor, creating multiple injuries, multiple blunt force trauma injuries?
That's always a possibility, but I wouldn't expect to see the injuries on both sides of the head and on the front of the neck. And those structures that are injured in the decedent, they're fairly well protected, and it's not the type of injury that we would see in something that is accidental in nature.
You did talk about fractures to the hyoid bone. There are other explanations for fractures. I mean, you see those in other types of injuries other than just strangulation, correct?
Yes, you see them in certain gunshot wounds to the head. You can see a hyoid fracture, even though it's not in the path of the bullet. In automobile accidents, you can see when there's direct trauma to the neck.
What about sudden hyperextension of the neck being snapped back maybe because of a fall or, like you said, acceleration?
Yeah, so I don't know that I've ever seen that. I've read reports of things like that, but those are rare, I think, examples, and you don't have the other findings with it.
What about falling against a rigid object?
Yes, falling against a rigid object could potentially cause something like that, but I don't think it's going to give you that type of petechial hemorrhage, and it's not going to give you the abrasions on the neck, and it's not going to give you the strap muscle hemorrhage. I mean, it's not like I didn't look for some other explanation, but the totality of the injuries indicates to me inflicted trauma.
Turning to the hands, I know that we went through all of the photographs. You talked about finding some fractures to the skull. Did you find any fractures to any of the fingers?
No, I don't believe there were any fractures of the fingers.
No lacerations to the fingers?
No.
You talked about some of the things that were collected from the body, various swabs. I think it's also been discussed that fingernail clippings are taken at the time of the autopsy. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Why is that? Why are fingernail clippings taken?
A person can have trace evidence collected from their fingernails. It could either be their own skin, or it could be the skin of another individual.
We talked about, while we're talking about different things that are collected from the body, you mentioned that there was a special request to swab the hands and the neck. Were those things done?
Yes.
And in the timeline, I know that the hands were specifically bagged. Were those swabs taken before or after the body was cleaned?
Before.
Are you familiar with the term alacrima?
The olecranon?
Alacrima. A-L-A-C-R-I-M-A. Alacrima.
No.
May I have a moment now? When you were conducting your autopsy, you hadn't had an opportunity to speak with the accused in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you hadn't seen any interviews with regard to, you hadn't seen any interviews involving him either, correct?
I don't believe so.
Sitting here today, you've opined the cause and manner of the death, but you have no opinion as to the who. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Redirect.
You were asked during cross-examination about rigor mortis.
Yes.
And again, each individual is unique based on metabolism and other sorts of things, but is there a time frame where you can say, generally speaking, it begins to onset, and generally speaking, you can begin to see it break?
Yeah, generally, its onset, I think, is better characterized as being within a few hours. Probably becomes fully maximalized at maybe 8 to 10 hours, and can persist for a number of hours, and that's primarily dependent on the temperature. So if you find a person that's fresh, and you get them refrigerated, they can stay in rigor for a couple days or more.
And you did review the photographs taken by your investigator of the deceased at the scene, did you?
I did, yes.
And based on viewing those photographs and reviewing his report, did it appear that Ms. Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' right arm was in rigor and kind of out to her side?
Yes.
And what effect, if any, would that have on any attempts to move her by grabbing her wrists and pulling them above her head to move her from, say, the bathtub 20 or 30 feet to where she was found?
Well, if the movement occurred right at the time of death, it wouldn't have made any difference. If you manipulate the extremities after the person is in rigor, then you will mechanically break that rigor. It can become refixed. You can get rigor to will be reinstated. At some point, though, you will no longer be able to do that, and the body will remain flexible. Rigor has, we say in that case, it has passed.
If one were to break rigor by moving some deceased person's arms above their head, would the rigor then reinstate in that position if left that way?
Yes, as long as there hasn't been too long of an interval.
And those photographs were taken, according to your investigator, in the evening of the 24th. Is it inconsistent with rigor having set in if she had been killed sometime around 11:30 in the evening or shortly after midnight the night before?
I mean, just based on the photograph alone, I don't know if I could make a judgment like that. But it was my impression at the time that I did the autopsy, having taken into consideration the fact that she's in a home, ambient temperature, we'll assume somewhere in the mid-70s, and then transported to our facility in a cooler, about 40 degrees, that when I saw her the next morning, I looked at her and I thought, looks like she's been dead a day or so.
You were asked about positional asphyxia during cross-examination?
Yes.
And then I believe your answer somewhat went into the totality of her injuries, but would the positional asphyxia explain all the injuries on both of her arms, her torso, her shoulder, her neck, her face, and the side of her head?
No.
Could what we see from the blunt force trauma she suffered, would that force potentially been sufficient to render her unconscious?
Yes.
And if no foreign DNA was discovered on her neck, does that necessarily mean that nobody placed his or her hands on her neck?
No.
And why not?
Well, a couple of reasons. It could have been ineffective swabbing on my part, although we try to do a good job of actually fairly rigorous motion with saline soap swab. She could have been cleaned off beforehand, or there may have been, for whatever reason, just not good transfer.
And if the decedent, you saw the photographs, was found on a mattress padding and or a towel, could any of those things been an intermediary between the strangulation and her skin?
It certainly could. You know, I mean, there's nothing about my examination which tells me that this person was strangled with bare hands.
And if there's no DNA, foreign DNA found on her hands, does that mean she didn't lay her hands on anybody?
No.
And is it possible that, number one, she could have been rendered unconscious by blows to her head prior to the strangulation?
She could have been.
And could her hands have been washed just as her neck could have been washed?
Yes.
Water? No other questions.
Thank you. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
We are going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. If you will follow the deputy out.
Jury exiting.
Anything prior to recess date?
Your Honor, in speaking with opposing counsel, it's my understanding that their intent is to ask this detective as well during the interview about the defendant's willingness to participate in a polygraph. We're moving in limine based on the case law that I've cited in my motion and cited to the court openly to exclude inquiry into the polygraph. It's the state's position that if the state were to attempt to introduce, well, the detectives asked the defendant to take the polygraph and he declined it, and you should draw an inference of guilt from that. I think the opposite is true. They are asking the jury to infer that he is innocent by his willingness to do so. The state is unable to delve into the mind of the defendant to know what he was believing at the time he made that statement. I don't know if he believed he could beat it. I don't know what. And that's why that sort of evidence is excluded typically. And the case law does reference excluding even the mention of it, not just the results of it. Furthermore, if they continue down this road, the court should know that later on, when they tried to take his polygraph based on his statements that he would agree to do so, the detectives even went out to his house. He ultimately declined to take the polygraph. So if we're going to go into the polygraph during this interview, then we believe that the whole door becomes opened, and they did go out there to try to get him to take the polygraph on a later date at his mother's house, and he did decline.
Not exactly the conversation that we had. I was just looking to get some things flushed out because of what happened last week. Mr. J filed something on Sunday. I didn't get a chance to speak to him before this morning. We filed a response this morning. He had read it, but he didn't want to address it at all. So we really didn't get a chance to speak on it. I was just trying to set the record straight that at the meeting that we had reviewing the digital evidence, there was no agreement, there was no stipulation. We weren't provided the redactions other than the timestamps of what we were going to do and what his ideas were. He also listed some other items in the digital evidence that he knew were inadmissible, but they were listed just in case the defense wanted to open the door, or just in case we opened the door. Now, in working the case up and going through the law, we cited the law that we based our decision upon. This was not bad faith. I was just trying to put forth that we reviewed the law. I understand completely that the results of polygraphs are inadmissible, and certainly didn't suggest to come in here and try to flip this trial over and cause some sort of problem or mistrial. That was not it. I think the law is unclear in the area. I don't think it's black and white. I think the case that Mr. J cites doesn't say what he says it does, and when he's quoting it within the body of his motion, there's cutting and pasting of a quotation that is inaccurate. You know, the mere mention of it, there is case law that supports our position that there are times that a mention of a polygraph is admissible. In the case at hand that we cited McFadden, it didn't get decided because the defense lawyer at the time got spooked by the suggestion of the mistrial and offered up a curative instruction instead, and things kind of just went sideways from there. So the law, again, speaks to what is prejudicial, what is not, but it doesn't speak to admissibility of the asking somebody if they're going to take a test and their willingness to do it. If it's the defense offering it up, if the state can't comment on a defendant's right to remain silent, I understand that the rules are a little bit different, and I think it's a gray area. For all intents and purposes, I don't intend on going into it anymore. We don't intend on asking the next officer, and I don't plan on arguing it. I'll leave it be. We'll accept the jury instructions, but I don't want the suggestion on the record that I did something unethical. That's why I filed the response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be in recess until 3:20.
From today, Daniel Connelly, Matthew Herbert, Samantha Adams, Elena Pathak, Sean Johnson. Oh, you missed and then Gary Utz.
And that was the one that just left? Okay, I just missed it. Hey, Steve.
Thanks, Sprag.
It's Teresa?
Yeah. I'm sorry? I'm not sure where we end.
No worries, that's why I'm doing this.
Let's see.
She said 79.
That seems close. Let me just see. Yeah, I see 78 through 78. I don't see 79.
Messing my evidence.
She was asking.
All of you. All of you. Stay away.
This is, this, I'm gonna show you. This was pretty much two evidence by the state. So it's right.
Maybe seated. We can bring the jury out. It is number 80. Yes. In other words, we haven't done 80. 79 is we've entered in. 79. Think whatever this last piece was. Yeah. Whatever's last piece is, if you ask them. Yeah, you may call your next witness.
Teresa Sprag.
Is it possible it can't hear you? Is it possible it's that? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Good afternoon. You can have a seat. And then will you say your name and spell it, please?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Teresa, Teresa, Sprag, Sprague.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Where do you work?
I work for the Orlando Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 22 years. February will be 22 years.
On April 24th of 2018, what were your assigned duties for the Orlando Police Department?
I was a homicide investigator.
And what was your experience in training throughout the department and any prior education training experience before the department leading up to this date?
To me becoming a homicide investigator?
Yes. What were your other jobs?
Okay.
What training did you receive? And then any education and training experience you had prior to OPD?
Okay. So I became an officer at age 32. Prior to that, I was a dispatcher for Orlando Police right out of college at UCF. So I started dispatching in 1996. I became an auxiliary or a volunteer police officer in 1999, which I did for 3 years while I was a manager at Federal Express. I came back and went full-time sworn as a police officer in February 15th of 2002, where I was assigned to the patrol division in the Paramore neighborhood for midnight patrol for about 5 years. I became a detective in March of 2007, where I worked property crimes on the west side of Orlando, property crimes, burglaries, thefts. After about a year in property crimes, I was transferred to the assault and battery unit, which is called violent crimes now, but at the time it was called assault and battery unit, where I was assigned to work everything that wasn't a death or a homicide or something that wasn't like a sexual assault or a rape, but everything else, where someone might be shot, stabbed, or battered in some way. So I worked there for about a year, and then while working there, I was assigned to a specialized grant position from the Office of Violence Against Women out of the federal government. It was called the STOP grant, and it was the grant dealing with domestic violence in high lethality domestic violence in areas that had a prolific amount. So I worked in the grant position for the federal government for the Office of Violence Against Women for the Orlando Police Department for about 22 months. And then I was transferred to the homicide unit in April of 2011. So the training I have is a multitude of, I went to 5 different death schools. I've been to a multitude of seminars, conferences. I ran a homicide conference for 8 years. And now I teach homicide investigation to advanced law enforcement training in Melbourne to the Eastern Florida State College to Brevard County Law Enforcement. I teach on high lethality domestic violence that leads to murder. And I also teach violent crimes investigation.
On April 24th of 2018, in the late afternoon prior to the evening, did you get assigned to investigate the death of Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, actually, the officers called on our radio for homicide investigator. Officer Marsh called Detective Montford, and Detective Montford called me to the phone because I was on call that day as the lead investigator.
What does on call mean?
So every day in the city of Orlando, there's 2 homicide investigators on call. That's 365 days a year. So there's what's called a lead and a second. So your second will take all other death, maybe a suspicious death, maybe a natural death, maybe a suicide, an overdose, and then the lead detective goes out on the homicide with the second detective and the supervisor, the homicide sergeant. So every day someone is on call. There's 2 detectives and a sergeant on call all the time. So I would have been on call that week until I got a homicide or the week ended and someone else took over.
Who was your second to be?
Well, there was supposed to be Amir Paymaish, but he had left for the day. He was actually working in homicide with us. He had gone home for the day. And Detective McClelland at the time, Sharp now, Detective Sharp came into the room. She had heard the radio call, and she asked if she could go with me. And Detective Paymaish had already gone home, so I said yes, she could go with me.
All right. Where did you go?
218 East Copeland Drive is where we were sent.
That's in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
And approximately what time did you all get out there?
We got the call from Officer Marsh at 4:15. We got there at 4:48.
And when you arrived there, approximately, I don't need every patrol officer's name, but what members of the Orlando Police Department were there?
Well, the scene was secure. There was crime scene tape around the home and around the exterior fence. We obviously parked in the street, and then we were met by Officer Wilson and Officer Marsh, and they directed us down the long driveway to the rear of the home, and then through an open white gate to an overhang, like a hallway, to the rear of the main house, to a garage apartment.
Now, taking a side turn here, did you ever go into the main house that day?
No, there's glass, white trimmed glass doors. So I looked, and it was very obvious to me that it was under complete renovation and uninhabitable. It was just obvious. There was a lot of construction going on. But to the left, there were two more glass doors, one to the garage and one to, I assumed, a loft of some kind, because there was a staircase.
And the main house, was there any structures to it, like any framing to rooms or anything like that on the date that you went out there?
No drywall. I definitely saw some 2x4s or some construction going on. Definitely no drywall. I didn't stare in the room at the time. We didn't really look in there or go in there. I just glanced over and saw that it was under complete construction. There were no walls.
And on this date, was there any flooring there, or was it already dirt?
Both, some wood, some dirt.
Okay. Now, turning to the doors to the left, tell us what you do.
Okay, so the officers are going to direct my sergeant, which was Ian Berkman, myself, and Detective Sharp up these stairs, and it was Officer Wilson and Officer Marsh who were the primary officers on the call. So the first thing that I always do as a homicide investigator, and at this point I had been in homicide 7 years, worked about 33 murders, 17 as a lead. So I noticed that the deadbolt was really high up on the door. It was not tampered with, it was secure, it wasn't broken, it was normal. The handle on the bottom of the door also normal. The lock looked normal, the handle looked normal, and the door frame looked normal. So it didn't appear as though anyone had forced their way into the house. And then we entered the loft, went up the stairs, turned the corner, went up the stairs, and then now we're in this big open room.
For this walkthrough, are you wearing any protective clothing anywhere?
Gloves for sure, and possibly booties. Normally we wear booties on our shoes.
When you go upstairs, is EMT or Orlando Fire Department still there?
No, they had pronounced before Officer Marsh called us at 2 minutes to 4, and he called us at 4:15.
All right. When you get up to the upstairs, tell us what you see.
It's one huge open room. It definitely looked lived in, like people were living up there. I saw a master king-size bed, some bunk beds, closets that had no doors on them, entertainment center, 2 desks, a workspace, and then the most obvious thing in the room is obviously the decedent, who I saw lying on her back on this kind of a blood-soaked mattress pad.
All right. And did you notice anything about the decedent that made you question how long she had been deceased?
I noticed quite a few things about the decedent. Miss Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, the first thing I noticed was that she appeared to be in rigor mortis. Her right arm was up at the elbow, unsupported. Her knees were raised up, unsupported. And to me, she looked like she was in rigor mortis. I noticed a significant amount of swelling to her face. Eyes were black and blue, lips were black and blue. Her left eye was swollen shut. Significant trauma to her eyes, and part of her lips were black and blue as well. I noticed a significant, what appeared to be either a puncture wound or a laceration that was bleeding under her chin, on her cheek, on her left cheek. She had significant abrasions to the tops of her knees that appeared to be some sort of rug burn or carpet burns. She had on her right wrist some sort of scratch or dig that was deep that appeared to be also some sort of rug burn or some sort of scrape. She had bruising on her right shoulder, on her legs, on her arms. bruising around her neck, and then what appeared to be abrasions on her neck. So I was shocked at the brutality of it, but there was no question in my mind she'd been beaten and strangled.
And you had gone out to at least 33 homicide scenes prior to this?
Yeah, 17 as a lead and 16 as a second, so it was my 33rd.
And is it the practice of the Orlando Police Department for the lead and/or the second to attend the autopsy the following day, or sometimes it's 2 days later?
Yeah, it's usually the following morning, but yes, absolutely.
And did you have experience doing that prior to this investigation?
Yes.
In this investigation, did you go to the autopsy the following morning?
Yes, we arrived there at 10:20 that morning, right after an interview.
Okay. So you weren't able to attend all of it, but you did meet with Dr. Utz?
Yes.
All right. Turning back to the scene, where is the bathroom in this upstairs loft compared to where you saw the decedent?
So as soon as you come up the staircase, there's a door that leads to the roof, and then you turn right, and there is all the desks, the entertainment center, the couch. The decedent is lying on her back. The bed is to her right, and then to your immediate right, there's like a half-wall banister. And if you come up the stairs and turn right where this half-wall banister is, and keep going, then the bathroom is in that corner. So yes, I did look at the bathroom.
In the immediate area around Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, did you see anything that appeared to be water on the carpet?
Only where the blood stains were. There was deep blood stains on the carpet that appeared to have some water around them, but she wasn't wet. Her skin was not pruned. Her clothing appeared damp but not soaked. Her hair was messy and appeared damp but not soaked. But the carpet itself didn't appear wet except for where those soaked blood stains were.
Did you see any signs of water similar to what you're describing around the blood stains by the bed between the bathroom and where she was found?
None.
Did you see any blood, like trails of blood, like had she been dragged and left those marks on her knees in that path?
No blood on the carpet, no water on the carpet leading from the bathroom to where she was. The bathtub floor was dry. The tub was dry. There's dried, diluted blood on the walls. There's dried, diluted blood in the tub. The rug is pushed forward. That's not wet. The floor's not wet. The carpet's not wet.
By diluted blood, what do you mean?
In other words, on her body, you can tell that it's dried blood, but it's not, it hasn't had water in it. So the dried blood in the tub or the dried blood on the walls had definitely been mixed with water and then dried in that fashion.
Based on your observations at this point in your walkthrough, did you reach out to contact the medical examiner's office?
I did. The jurisdiction over her at that point, over any decedent in Florida, especially one that's been murdered, is the medical examiner's office. So I contacted the District 9 medical examiner's office, and I spoke to investigator Ralph Kalachi, and I told them, we're not ready for you to take her. We just got her. We just got here. So we're not ready for you to transport her, but I really do need your expertise, and we can't touch her, so we really need you to come out. So at 5:14, I called investigator Kalachi, and he and Laura Casper came out.
At this point in time, what had you been told what had you been told about the 911 call or the reason for the call out?
I only spoke to Officer Wilson and Officer Marsh, and they advised that they had received a call that she had been found by her husband in the tub, in a tub of water, and that she wasn't breathing. So they thought they were going to, it's a signal for us is 59, but like a...
They think.
Okay.
But that's what you were told?
Yeah, that they had responded to a sick or injured person that wasn't breathing who had been found in a tub of water in her home.
And so did this inform your initial walkthrough observations? Were you looking for water?
Of course.
Were you looking for blood between the bathtub and where she was found?
Yes.
And when you said earlier that she was not wet, so on and so forth, you didn't touch her, did you?
No.
So is that just based on your visual observations of her?
Well, you would expect, the officers got there in 4.5 minutes, so you would expect that if she was pulled out of a tub of water, that she would be soaking wet, and if she'd been in there for any length of time, her fingers would be pruned, and her feet would be pruned, and her skin would be wet. It would be more obvious to me, I think, that her clothing was soaking wet, and it just didn't seem that obvious.
All right. When the medical examiner investigator came out, what happened?
I asked him to, he was gloved up, of course, and I asked him to feel her hair. and she had like a black tank top on that was like something you'd wear to bed, like a night tank top, and then these black night shorts with like white lace down the sides, and no underclothes that I could see. It didn't appear she had underclothes on. And so he felt the shirt, said it was, I believe, damp, felt the shorts, thought they were a little more wet, and said her hair was damp. I asked him to open her eyes because I was very concerned about petechiae, and I was also wanted to know, I kind of wanted confirmation if in my mind, if she'd been strangled, and I was looking for petechiae in the whites of the eyes. He could not open her left eye, but he was able to open her right eye, where I observed significant trauma, hemorrhaging, and petechiae in her right eye. And then I asked him to feel her head for any obvious signs of skull fractures, and he said he didn't feel any.
At any point, did you get a chance to review the 911 call?
I asked for it on the 25th. They couldn't send it that day. That email was forwarded to someone else. I finally got it at 11:56 on Thursday, and we were in interviews all day. I think I know that I listened to it Thursday night between like 6 and 10.
After this walkthrough and after these additional observations provided to you courtesy of the medical examiner's office, did you do anything else at the scene at this point in time?
As far as before we wrote the search warrant?
Right.
Okay. So once we had the medical examiner's office there and they provided the answers that, that I had requested, Detective Sharp and I exited the house. I wrote some information down about the exterior of the home so I could write the search warrant, and then we left at 6:12.
Where did you go?
Back to Orlando Police. We got there at 6:40, and I started the search warrant for the residence just before 7. It took me about an hour to write it, and I submitted it to the judge at 8:04.
Did you request the defendant be transported to Orlando Police Department for an interview?
I asked Officer Marsh when he first made the call to me to ask him to come down voluntarily for an interview. And then because Detective Sharp and I, or Detective McClellan and I were going to the scene, I asked Detective Montford to stay at work and, attend to Mr. Tronnes when he got there. And so, and I asked him to call a CSI, a crime scene investigator, to the Orlando Police Department at the same time. So Barb and I went to the scene, and Todd Montford stayed at the police department to assist us with Mr. Tronnes.
All right. And do you all have interview rooms there at the Orlando Police Department?
We do.
And in 2018, was this the new building or the old building?
This is the new building where things actually work.
All right. Do you have video cameras that record the interview rooms?
Yes, we do.
And when you are not actually in the process of being in the interview room with an interviewee, do you have patrol officers who watch monitoring TVs that they can watch and listen to the people inside the room?
Absolutely, just in case they need anything.
And did you all, the collective Orlando Police Department, activate this video recording process in the interview room that Mr. Tronnes was placed in?
Yes, Officer Fellows brought him to the station. He was placed, he asked to use the restroom. He was allowed to do that. And then he was placed in the room about 4:54 p.m. When Detective Montford came down, he turned on the recording immediately. And so it recorded the entire time he was in the room.
And you've had an opportunity to review that?
Multiple times.
Do you see the person that you interviewed at the Orlando Police Department identified to you as David Tronnes in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point out where he is and what he's wearing?
Yes, Mr. Tronnes is seated at the defense table. He's wearing a suit, a tie, and glasses.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant. What is different, if anything, about his appearance today as opposed to April 24th, 2018?
I would say he, April 24th of 2018, he was completely shaven, no glasses that I recall him needing or using at the time. He might have needed them, but I don't think he had them with him. And then his hair was rather short, almost like a crew cut or like a really short haircut.
All right. Do you know somebody named James Cooper or Jim Cooper?
I do.
And who is that in relation to the deceased, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
It is her ex-husband.
That evening of April 24th, 2018, did you interview him as well?
We did. Unfortunately, our officers asked Blankner Elementary to have his father pick him up at school.
Him?
Mr. Cooper. Have his father pick up Jackson.
Okay.
She had an 8-year-old boy. She has an 8-year-old boy. I think he's older now, but the officers called Blankner, had our dispatch call Blankner and say, has his father come pick him up because his mother won't be able to do that. We probably should have thought that through a little more, because Jim Cooper showed up with his 8-year-old little boy to the scene. We probably should have anticipated that happening. We didn't.
All right,
And
back to
so-
my question. Did you and Detective Sharp or McClelland?
Well, I told my sergeant to send him to us. I mean, he's there. He wants to know what's going on, obviously. So I said, please send him to us. So he came to the Orlando Police Department, and I submitted the search warrant at 8:04, and we interviewed him at 8:10.
So the point I'm leading to is you didn't have an opportunity to start interviewing the defendant right away.
We couldn't, because Mr. Cooper showed up as soon as he left the house. As soon as he was able to leave the house, he came to us.
All right. We will turn to the interview later in your examination, but the entire thing was videotaped?
Yes, sir.
After you interviewed the defendant, approximately what time did this interview end?
The entire interview?
Yes. The point where you all walk out and you're not coming back.
Okay. It was about 4:56 in the morning.
All right. And does somebody from the Orlando Police Department bring the defendant home?
Yes, but we went back to the house, so it was about 7:09 in the morning. It was Officer McNutt, I believe.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Take him away from Orlando Police Department to wherever it is he wanted to go.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Where do you and Detective Sharp go?
We went back to the house after the interview. We turned the home over to Mr. Tronnes at 7:09 in the morning. Took the crime scene tape down. We left. We went to make the death notification to her dad at his house. That is her stepfather, actually, Jeff Dow. When we got there, we were advised he was at work at Sam's Gas. So we turned around and went to 8222 South Orange Avenue to Sam's Gas to speak to Mr. Dow.
Did you participate in the search of the home at all on the first search warrant you wrote on April 24th?
Well, the search had been completed, and the CSIs were actually waiting on us to come back there to do a walkthrough with them, and they'd been on all night. So we did go back. We went through the garage, walked through the top portion loft, walked the yard, the pool area, the cabana area, the greenhouse area, you know, kind of where the seating area was by the pool. So yeah, we absolutely searched the garage, went through a little bit upstairs, and you could tell they had searched it, but we went through upstairs.
And were credit cards, gift cards, or cash collected on the scene?
We observed them. I believe we did recover her purse with some of cash, or I'm not sure if cash, but definitely credit cards. I definitely observed his wallet was in the garage with credit cards in it. Cash was in the garage, cash was upstairs, but because we were turning it over to Mr. Tronnes, we didn't seize it for safekeeping.
All right. So you go and you make contact and interview Jeffrey Dow, and that is who to Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
He was married to her mother, Janet, and Janet had passed away at the end of 2016. And so that was her stepfather from about age 2022 when she was in college that her mom had married, and basically the man she considered her father. So we went to make the death notification to him at his job, and we interviewed him from 8:50 to 9:49.
After that interview, what did you do?
We had gotten the call from the medical examiner's office while we were at Sam's Gas that they were ready for us. So we immediately left, and we got to the medical examiner's office at 10:20 and met with Dr. Utz.
Now, do you and or Detective Sharp collect the belongings and the samples that are taken from the decedent, or is that something that's done by a CSI?
By a CSI.
After you're there at the autopsy and you discuss the case with Dr. Utz, what do you do next?
We went back to the neighborhood to start the canvass of the neighbors.
And what does canvass mean for the jury?
For the jury, okay. So a canvass is you start at the scene of where a crime has occurred and you work outwards. So we want to start with immediate neighbors and then work our way out. If there's any particular reason that we need to go blocks and blocks and blocks out, that's what we do. What we're looking for are witnesses, and that can be an ear witness or an eyewitness. That could be someone who thought they saw someone or something suspicious or heard something suspicious. People with knowledge of the people who live in the residence where the crime has occurred. people who might have had a camera, a Ring camera, or a Nest camera, or something that might be helpful to us. People who have observed people walk their dogs from the residence on a given day or go for a run on a given day. So we were working our way out, and we ended up working our way out quite a bit. We went several blocks over a period of days. It did take a really long time.
All right. Did you ultimately also branch out and talk to somebody named Patrick McCarthy from a company named AXA?
I left him a voicemail requesting to speak with him. He had someone else call me back, yes.
Okay. And did you work with the state attorney's office to subpoena bank records and so forth as well during the course of your investigation?
Yes,
Life insurance information?
absolutely.
Did you ever get information from State Farm?
Yes.
This time the state would move BH for identification.
Any objection?
None.
80. Should be 80. Introduces 80. Whatever that last one was from the last witness, maybe it's sitting on someone's
ER was
area.
photos in 79.
That was already in a 68, so it probably didn't need another number. Partially in from the investigator?
Yes, that is exactly why. This is 79 then.
Sorry. Mystery solved. All right. Did you even go far as to search for who might deliver mail in the neighborhood?
1 second state. You may proceed.
Yes, so we were,
Yes or no?
yes, we absolutely flagged down the mailman.
And was that to interview about his observations or her observations and whether any packages were delivered to that address that day?
If he'd been to the home, what time, and if it was on that day.
Did you set up Jackson Cooper, the child that was then 8 years old, to be interviewed by somebody?
Yes, on Thursday.
And who is it that must be set up for these types of forensic interviews of children?
It's the Child Protection Team, CPT. I asked Detective Overfield to call senior investigator or senior interviewer Katie Masters, and he set it up for us on Thursday at 1:30.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn that Shanti Cooper-Tronnes had an emergency dentist appointment set up at Greenberg Dental?
Yes.
Did you follow up with that office to see if she ever made it to that appointment?
Yes, I spoke to someone in their security department, and they directed us to 4307 East Colonial Drive to Greenberg Dental. We interviewed Mary Batista on Friday.
Did you ultimately learn that she did not attend the dentist appointment?
She was actually a no-call, no-show. Didn't reschedule, didn't cancel.
Did you come across somebody named Samantha Adams during your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And who is that person in relationship to the defendant and to Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
She's a personal assistant to Shanti for her business, and she was a nanny to Jackson.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, did you follow up with a follow-up interview to James Cooper and his then wife, Brittany Cooper?
Yes, right after the CPT interview while we were at CPT.
And did you talk to any of Mr. Cooper's coworkers to see if they had any information as to where he was on April 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Without going into what they said?
Absolutely, yes. Mr. Timothy Whitehurst.
All right. Did you make any efforts to find surveillance video from the neighborhood?
For a very long time, yes.
And after interviewing the defendant, did you seek surveillance video for the path of travel that he said that he took during this day of April 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Ultimately, in reviewing any of the videos that you recovered, did you see anything that appeared to be the defendant walking or the defendant driving?
No.
Did you have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement install any cameras to watch the property at 218 East Copeland?
Yes.
When did that occur?
On Friday April 27th.
Did you speak to, well, strike that. Did you ultimately interview Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' biological father as well as what her stepfather, Jeffrey Down?
Yes, Kishan Matani, I did that on Saturday, the 28th.
Ultimately, in speaking to people throughout the neighborhood, and ultimately after you had that camera installed, did you interview somebody named Billy Lane, who was a private investigator?
Yes.
And is it safe to say you were conducting more canvassing in this area of time between April 24th and April 30th?
Yes.
Did you conduct a second search of the home?
On April 30th.
And what was the purpose of this search?
Several things. We had already had the interview completed. We had already spoken to Dr. Utz. We had observed the autopsy. So I wanted latents done of the door, front and interior and exterior of the front door. There were some wooden slats that I had observed under the bed when we first arrived on the 24th that I thought had been tinged with blood. I wanted those collected because I didn't know they weren't. They were still there. So we wanted those collected. We wanted to conduct a second search upstairs and downstairs for a potential weapon. We were looking for bloody sheets. We were looking for bloody clothes. We were also looking for what I would call blood spatter at inception, where maybe someone first gets attacked and there might be blood spatter as a result of that attack, because we had blood drainage, but we didn't really have blood spatter. And so I felt we needed to look closer for that because it wasn't obvious to us on the first day.
And was any credit cards or gift cards or cash collected on this date?
Yes, no one was at the residence when we performed the search warrant, and so we came across the same areas where we'd seen cash in the past. The bathroom in the garage apartment, or the bathroom downstairs in the garage had cash, upstairs had cash. So because no one was there for us to turn the house over to, we decided to keep it for safekeeping.
Your Honor, may I approach with AS and AT?
You may.
Recognize AS for identification.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
These are items removed from the home, probably, I believe it was from her purse, because this is on 424. Items from her purse, these are credit cards, all in Ms. Cooper's name. MasterCard, Visa, insurance cards, all from the house.
AT for identification.
Yes, this is the cash we took from the home on the 30th.
It's time to state with AS and AT.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
That's 80 and 81.
Ultimately, during the course of your investigation, did you learn the result of the latent lifts that were conducted on the 30th of April?
Yes.
And were there any latent lifts attributed to somebody that did not live in that residence?
No.
Ultimately, was a third search warrant executed on the residence?
Yes, on May 24th.
And what was the purpose of this third visit to the scene?
Strictly for blood evidence. I felt as though we still needed to know where this event occurred. Where was the inception? Where did it start? And I felt, even though we had examined the foam on the bed and the bedding and the bed as it sat there, I felt we'd missed it. And I felt we needed to go back again and really, really examine that bed, even if we had to take it apart. But I just felt we'd missed it.
Did you ultimately take it apart?
We went back and took it apart.
And what was collected from it, if anything?
Blood evidence.
What part of the bed was collected from it?
Oh, so as soon as you walk upstairs and she's lying on her back and the bed is to her left, it was that bed rail, the side rail.
Side rail nearest to where she
Nearest to her. And that side rail was right above those 3 slats that I saw on the carpet that had the tinge of blood on the ends, that I had asked CSI Crosby, can we figure out how that got there? Like that doesn't look right. Those 3 slats under the bed have tinged blood on the ends, and we need to figure out how that got there.
All right, and so had the slats already been collected?
On the 30th, they were.
Okay. This time the side bed rail, both the wooden and the metal part of it?
It's the L bracket, the metal bracket that holds those slats. We collected that side bed rail and that metal bracket, and removing the metal bracket is what exposed what we were looking for.
Now, on the 24th of April, the mattress padding that the decedent was found on, was that collected that day?
Yes.
Underneath it, what was collected, if anything?
On the 30th, we took the carpet and the carpet padding below it.
Was there ever a towel collected?
A yellow towel, yes.
Where was that collected from?
Underneath the mattress pad.
And the carpet and the padding, what date was that collected?
April 30th. April 30th, we cut the blood stains and we wanted to know how deep it went, so we cut the carpet and then the padding.
Did the blood stains extend beneath the carpet?
It did, to the padding and through the padding, but not all the way through the padding because it did not extend to the wood below.
When the padding was lifted up from the wood, could you see it on the bottom of the padding?
I believe so.
But it just didn't seep into the actual plywood?
Yeah, I don't think it went all the way through. It did not seep into the plywood because we would have cut it if it had.
Now, on April 24th, how would you describe the actual state of the bed and the bedding when you first walked in and saw the decedent?
It was very unusual to me for a couple of reasons. It was it was made, but it was very disheveled. Like the sheets weren't, the fitted sheet wasn't tucked in. The top sheets weren't tucked in. The bedding didn't match. They were white, but they didn't match. The bedding didn't match. Like the sheets and the pillowcases, it didn't match. And then the brown blanket, which you would think would either be on the whole bed or on the bottom of the bed, was only on that side, only on that left side. It was very odd.
Were the sheets on that bed collected there on April 24th or at a later date?
On the bed, I believe it was on the 30th or the next one. I don't know if it was collected the first day. I think the ones that were on the bed itself or the other ones that were located later.
The actual sheets that were on the bed when you all entered the scene on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, they were collected, I believe, on the 30th.
May I approach with C for identification?
May?
Yes.
What do you recognize them as, or it as?
One king sheet, flat sheet, one king fitted sheet, 2 pillowcases.
And when was it collected and where from?
It was collected, it had been removed from the bed by the initial searchers, so it was right next to the mattresses that were standing up, the foam mattresses that were standing up.
And what day was it collected?
On I think it was the 24th.
Of?
April. I'm sorry, no, May. The third search warrant, May 24th.
Remove C for identification in that room.
Any objection? None. Number 82.
Were any phones or computers collected from the home?
Yes.
And after they were collected, were they submitted to Robert Woodyard?
Yes.
And is he somebody that works in your digital evidence forensics department?
Yes, sir.
After these items were examined and extracted, did you review any video from the defendant's phone?
I did.
And specifically, did you see any video that he kind of self-narrates and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes and Jackson Cooper appear in?
Yes.
And does it give a tour kind of the little bit of the property outside as well as the upstairs apartment?
Yes.
Ultimately, in reviewing that, did you notice anything about the stair banister?
I did.
What did you notice?
In the 418 video, there's 2 new sets of sheets that were already in the package, sitting on that half wall. The bed is made beautifully. Blankets across the bottom, looks how normally a bed is made. And then there was 2 sets of sheets on that half wall, and the top one, that RBX set of sheets, was what I keyed in on.
Now, ultimately, did you review pictures taken during each of the 3 searches of the residence?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about the pantry closet that has a green Swiffer mop in front of it in regards to the first, second, and third set of pictures taken of this area?
Yes.
What did you ultimately notice?
On the middle shelf, there had been a balled up set of sheets. And after between our second search warrant and our third search warrant, those were missing.
Now, ultimately, did you subpoena toll records for the defendant?
Yes.
Did you subpoena cell phone tower records for the defendant and the deceased?
Yes.
And did any of that lead down a fruitful path?
No.
Ultimately, after reviewing the search warrant photographs and this video that was taken from the defendant's phone, did you and Stacey Monroe go collect additional evidence from Lakeland, Florida, April 19th of 2019?
We did 331 South Florida Avenue at the Bank of America.
And did those items that were collected appear consistent with what was in the first 2 sets of photographs from the search warrants, but not in the third set taken May 24th of 2018?
From the closet on the shelf, yes.
Also, back in 2018, on October 3rd, was the mattress padding that had been collected from underneath the deceased spread out so that it could be photographed in a spread out state?
And yeah, we had a huge table in the CSI office, so it was spread out, photographed, and marked with scale stickers.
May I approach the witness with what has been marked as identification BQ?
May?
Do these images reflect what we were talking about?
Yes, sir.
This time the state would move BQ for identification and evidence.
Any objection? None. Number 83.
Move to publish.
May?
And which CSI was there present with you for that?
Crosby.
Gary Crosby?
Gary Crosby.
Is your monitor in front of you working, or do you like to sit that way?
Oh, yes, thank you.
All right, image 186, are you familiar with what this is?
Yes, it's the card they use at the beginning of all of their photographs, beginning or end of their photographs.
Does that reflect the date that you did this and the case number assigned to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in 187?
This is the mattress pad that we found at the scene, but we were able to spread it out so we could look at the stains.
188?
Same mattress pad, just spread out on white paper at the CSI office.
189,
The significant staining that you're seeing on the ends and in the middle, mattress pad.
190,
Those are my hands pulling out the ends so you can see the blood staining on the ends.
191,
Same, me holding that out, pulling that out so you could see the staining.
192,
Those are my hands, my arms, and I'm pulling that out to see the very end of the mattress pad at the bottom,
193,
showing the staining at the very end or the underneath portion of the mattress pad.
194,
A close-up version of that.
195,
Moving along the end to the other side, showing the staining.
196,
I think that's a close-up version of the same.
197,
And then just moving along to the other end and pulling it straight so you could see the staining.
198,
Close-up version of that.
199,
The opposite side as we walk around, just showing it in the middle and spreading out to the sides.
200,
Staining, what appeared to be diluted blood staining.
201,
Kind of showing an overall from the end where we had it on the ends and then just a higher picture.
202,
Coming along the other side, and would have been a different side of previous sides. It would have been a different end, but just showing the pattern of blood staining.
203,
The close-up version of that,
204,
showing the significant blood staining, or what we believed would be to be blood staining and drainage.
205,
Close-up version of that.
206,
More blood staining.
207,
It's kind of the opposite side, showing how it went through.
208,
Close-up version of that.
209,
Another section showing the significant amount of blood staining.
210,
Just kind of showing a pattern of how spread out it is and how many places.
11,
We've kind of pulled a section back to see if there was more, and then we found some more in the center.
12,
And that's a close-up version of that stain.
213,
Even closer version of that stain.
214,
This is, of course, the opposite side. So now we've flipped it upside down. So these photographs are on the opposite side, and I'm just showing how it went through, how it stained, but it also stained long enough that it went through.
215,
Close-up version of the same. It's just the opposite side.
216,
Close-up version of the same, just a different angle.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Is it fair to say that because Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was found on top of it with blood on her as well, that this isn't a fair and accurate depiction of how it would have appeared necessarily on the bed?
I don't believe it appeared that way in the bed. I think it was because she was on it.
During your interview with the defendant, did he say anything about how it is that Ms. Cooper-Tronnes ended up on that mattress padding?
Yes.
Did he say where the mattress padding had come from?
Yes.
Where did he say it had come from immediately prior to being underneath her?
It was on the carpet, on the floor, between the end of the king-size bed and the couch.
Did you see any sheets there as well?
No.
Did he indicate that there was some part of the process of laundering the mattress pad and the sheets from the weekend?
He mentioned laundering the sheets, yes.
And so what did he say about that?
She was at the end of her period. They had sexual intercourse. They had sexual intercourse on Saturday and Sunday. She was menstruating, and that it had been messy, and it had gotten everywhere, and that they continued to sleep on those sheets until Monday in the mess, and laundered them sometime on Monday.
And so Jackson, the 8-year-old at the time, had school that day?
On Monday, yes.
All right. And so his statement to you was that they laundered these things on Monday,
Yes.
but on Tuesday, the mattress pad was on the ground for him to pick up and put underneath the decedent.
Yes.
And there were no sheets that were on the floor in the area of where he said that the mattress padding came from that day.
They were not. He said they laundered them and put them back on the bed.
Did you participate in a search warrant on August 29th of 2018?
August 29th of 2018, yes.
I'm sorry. If I got that all wrong, let's start over. August 29th, 2018.
Yes.
And where was that?
5347 Tuna Lane in Orange County.
And during that search, was there any jewelry recovered?
Yes.
And what was recovered?
What we'd been looking for 127 days, her diamond ring.
All right. And where was it located in?
In a ring box, in a suitcase in Mr. Tronnes' bedroom at his mother's house.
Was there another jewelry box in that same suitcase?
Yes.
And what are the respective colors of these two jewelry boxes? One with the ring, one without the ring.
Black and red?
All right. Black one had the ring in it?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn any relationship between the red box and the ring?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
When I opened the red box, it had an emblem on the lid that was said H&K Jewelers. And that's where I had gone to find out information on the ring, because that's where they'd purchased it from.
During the initial searches, the 3 searches of the residence, did you all search any jewelry boxes that would have been found?
We searched and searched and searched.
All right. And there are photographs documenting the nightstand by the bed.
Yes.
On the side where Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was discovered.
Yes.
There was a piece of jewelry found in there.
Yes.
What was that?
It was almost like costume jewelry. It looked like a ring, but it was very pliable.
And in that photograph, there was a jewelry box that appears to be of similar color of the red burgundy box that was located on August 29th of 2018. Was that searched at the time of that photograph was taken when the other piece?
I remember, yeah, I believe I did it. It was the H&K box, or the H&Q box.
And on that nightstand, was there any jewelry on top of the nightstand?
Yeah, her watch, her diamond earring was on the nightstand, her cell phone, her L'Oreal night face cream, and her body lotion, and her bottle of Zephyr Hills water.
And was that bottle of lotions upright or knocked down?
It was a Fiji bottle of body lotion. It was knocked down.
All right. At the time of her autopsy, have you had an opportunity to review the autopsy photos as well as the crime scene photographs?
Yes, sir.
And did Shanti Cooper-Tronnes have any earrings in at the time that she was discovered?
She did. I noticed it initially on scene. I could only see her left ear, but also at autopsy, before they removed all of that, she only had the only jewelry she had on when we saw her at the house and after she was recovered was that left diamond earring that appeared to be identical to the the other diamond earring that was on her nightstand.
The sheets and other things that were collected in Lakeland, we've already heard from Miss Monroe and seen those photographs, but it appears you were a part of the process of documenting the processing of those items as well?
I was.
During the interview with the defendant, did he draw a diagram of the upstairs apartment?
He did.
May I approach the witness with BT?
You may.
For identification? Recognize the one PDF on this item labeled BT for identification?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize it as?
My notebook, my handwriting for the date, 4/24 of 18. I noted the time as 11:18:54 p.m. That's my handwriting. And then the drawing, I gave my notebook to Mr. Tronnes and asked him to draw it.
Your Honor, this time the state.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Number 84.
Permission to publish?
You may.
This circle here, kind of to the bottom and the right of the couch and then the table, do you remember what this circle,
I'm not seeing where you're looking, sir.
this circle here? Oh, it's not. Oh. Let's reconnect. This circle here, just to the bottom and to the right of the couch and then table, do you remember what that is supposed to depict?
The initial placement, Mr. Tronnes said where he put Shanti Cooper-Tronnes on the floor.
Did you observe any blood there?
No,
Did you have the CSIs collect any carpeting or padding from there?
no,
Has anybody requested to swab from there?
no, and it didn't appear wet either.
My next question. Did it appear like the wetness around the bloody area is closer to the decedent?
No,
Again, is the bathroom up in the kind of top left of this picture?
yes, sir.
Did you see anything in either direction around the couch that would show a path of water or a blood trail?
No,
The second circle here, what does that depict?
where he had moved her to and then eventually put her on the mattress pad, but I think he had moved her first and then put her on the mattress pad after that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How many hours did you actually spend, you, the collective, you and Detective Sharp, spend speaking to the defendant out of the amount of time that he was there, approximately?
Just under 6 hours, about 5:50.
And is everything that you say during an interview necessarily 100% true, or do you say some things as interview techniques to get answers?
Both. I would say, you know, we're not trying to trick anyone. Most of what we say is true, sure. But yeah, there are tactics that we use, of course.
Well, at different points in time in the interview we're about to begin watching, you tell the defendant that you don't believe he did anything intentionally.
Correct.
Is that an interview technique?
It's minimizing. It's an interview technique.
Any other interview techniques that come to mind that were used in this interview prior to us beginning the publication of this interview?
Probably the most popular would be good cop, bad cop. You know, praying, different things, trying to get him to open up to us.
You mentioned earlier that he was video recorded from the point in time when he got brought into the room and Detective Montfort turned it on until everybody was gone.
Correct.
You've reviewed that exhibit several times.
Several.
May I approach with CA for identification?
You may.
Recognize CA for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
Our videotaped interview in room 6 at the Orlando Police Department with Detective Detective Sharp and I.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move CA for identification.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Number 85.
Move to publish.
You may proceed.
May I do that while seated?
Yes.
Requested the court read the instructions.
I am getting ready to do that.
Thank you kindly.
No, you're fine. Thank you.
And may
Yes.
Detective Sprag step down from witness stand since it's a little lengthy?
Absolutely.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes. Members of the jury, you're about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Teresa Sprag and Detective Herbert to Coooper-Tronnes. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and the responses they elicit. You're not to consider these opinions and statements by police officers as true, but only as to establish the context of David Tronnes' reaction and responses. In addition, you're about to view a recording. I'm instructing you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider the evidence. And state, you may proceed.
6/29/68. So this season, and so I'm going to take some photographs, and the detective requested that I collect a DNA swab form, local swab. His swab your hands as well. Okay. And I'm going to have to collect your fluid. Okay? I brought a paper, we call it a Tyvek suit. It's a paper white suit. And about 24 sizes, so the large should fit you. We're going to see if we can get some fluids from the hand. So we can put the time being, put a Tyvek suit. I just don't understand because I don't quite understand. So I forgot I was on last, but cousin's orange, and so I just, she's 82, so it's coming. I'm trying to keep an eye on her. Shanti's going. Lives in the same community, so they became community together. So.
I'm going to see if our speaker's better than your speakers. A little money.
Yeah, it's muffled.
Everyone doesn't start off on an equal scale. It's just the way it is. Luckily, I had both my parents with me, and that really helped out with a lot of kids. And I think it's just one parent, and that parent may have some issues also. So that makes it tough. It really does make it tough. But with all that being said, I truly believe you can be whatever you want to be. But you have to work, though. You have to learn how to work and set goals for yourself. And that's what we try to tell you about these. Yeah. I just want Jackson to be to be himself, to succeed on that level. And to also know that we were watching Adolescent. We were watching really intelligent kids. And they just they must not in practice. In practice, they got especially not words. It happens. It wasn't even to say they just hadn't really done the work. Yeah. So I retired. I officially retired. A pretty good run out of there. 15 years. In real estate, we had done well. So when I came down, Shanti and I were really good, already good position. We just want Jackson to and true. True. And so let me know that she could take whatever you got and then work it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know why she had the work ethic and why she was. No, can tell, you know what I'm saying? People want to get back a little bit. That was our goal. And we have kids, and each one, by kids, I mean, you have to pay 20 pounds a kid. Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good. I think you have to give back. Everyone can give back something. I truly believe that. You can give, share where you are in your own place. Everyone has something to give, especially to the youth. Mm-hmm. I need to just stand up. I gotta take some close up with some things on you. First things first. Can you put your hands on the top? Turn around right here. And hold on. Hold on. No, let's face it. There you go. Shadow your back, start real quick. Okay, thank you. I'll be back with some swabs. Wasn't just long, hand it up, right? Just understand. And hopefully this doesn't take too long, but obviously. Once again, we do appreciate your patience, sir. Theo Jackson messed up something. It's Jazz here, you know, it's Jazz. It's like every day. What's his name? So they were looking for his info. The manager told me to look. His phone was there as well. His Plus or minus, yeah, it's right there. Where does he live? He lives, I think it's just off Illinois, so if you go North Mills, Indiana, Illinois, a couple blocks east of Mills. I don't think that is absolutely true. Shanti handled all that communication. What type of work does Mr. Cooper do? He just got a new job this week, and he was, I believe, sort of coordinating a carpet installation operation. So now I know that he's doing some living attention to the end of that. It's kind of a big deal because we cover a lot of child support and a lot of Jackson's expenses. Yeah, so he just started fresh. They were Jackson was 2 when they separated, and I think he had been for a few years, and he was really coming back strong. So we were Rockhouse, they were married. Thanksgiving. Good for him. So he installs carpet. He's pretty handy. Pretty busy on that. He's not touching it. He's got it. He's good for him. I just had my carpet replaced a couple of years ago. I wish I could have done it myself to save myself some money. But I'm not this skilled. So when you're not skilled, what do? You pay someone to do it for you.
First and foremost, I'm going to collect a vocal swab. thank you. Always, we want to do a thorough investigation for we really appreciate it. Pathak suit for you. And maybe you can photograph that hand. Can you hold my hand on your shirt? Get a photograph of that. Now we'll get you in the water.
This looks like a good time to go ahead and recess for the evening. Turn on the lights. Let me remind you, of course, that you're not to speak with anyone about this case. Don't let anyone say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to, tell them you're on the jury, tell them to stop. If he or she persists, leave them at once. Immediately report the matter to the court deputy. In addition, you're not to do any research of any kind about the people, places, facts involved in this case. That includes watching television, using computers, personal devices, any means whatsoever, whether that's at the courthouse, home, or anywhere else. And Mr. James, do you have anything back in the jury room? Your phone? Will you go get that and then come on back? And sir, if you will just remain seated there for a minute, and everyone else, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. Again, try to make sure you're here a few minutes early. I think it was this morning that people ended up kind of strolling in and it made us get started later. So if you can just make sure that you're here a few minutes early so we can get started on time and everyone's not waiting for a couple people. And with that, thank you so much, and you can follow the deputy out. Mr. James, you were selected last as one of the alternates, and as we're proceeding now, I feel like we're getting close enough to the end where I'm feeling confident that you won't be needed for deliberations. So I didn't want to keep you further than I thought was necessary. I want to tell you also your service is really important to us. Obviously, if we needed alternates, we would have to. If we didn't have the alternates we needed, we'd have to start the process all over again. So you are now free to leave. You're also free to keep coming back every day, but you'll just be in a different seat, the harder ones. If you decide to come back, no, you can talk with anyone, of course, other than the jury about this case. You're welcome to talk to anyone now. You're also welcome to look up anything you're welcome to discuss the case completely. If you decide to leave and you later are curious of what happens, you're welcome to call my office and we'll tell you the results. I'm giving the deputy a verification of jury service now so that you have the verification you were here. It also means that with this serving already 4 full days that you will not have to do jury service for at least over a year now. And with that, again, I want to thank you for your time. And you can follow the deputy that way. State anything prior to recess?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Then we will be in recess until 9:30 on this case. For the court deputy's benefit, we'll be in recess at until 9 for the daily docket, 9 o'clock for the docket. And with that, have a good night, everyone.